Good evening. Friend, dim the lights if you haven't already. Let your shoulders sink into the pillow. Let your jaw loosen. Let your hands go still. Tonight we're going to travel back more than 3,000 years to the land of Canaan, the land of milk and honey. We'll walk along the reeds by the Jordan River, stand in the moonlight beneath the walls of Jericho, cross a threshing floor in the quiet of night, and walk the long, a slow road that carried a woman named Ruth from Moab all the way home to Bethlehem. You don't need to remember any names. You don't need to follow the plot too closely. Just let the sound of this voice carry you a little further toward sleep. Take a slow breath in and let it go. Let's begin. It was evening, and the surface of the Jordan River had turned a soft, molten gold under the setting sun. Moses was gone now. He had climbed Mount Nebo, looked out over the Promised Land, and quietly closed his eyes there, passing the weight of leadership to a man named Joshua. Joshua had always been the quiet one at Moses' side. When others argued, he said nothing. When others panicked, he still said nothing, standing steady as a stone at the bottom of a river. Now, after 40 years of wandering in the wilderness, the people were camped on the eastern bank of the Jordan, and across the water lay Canaan. That night, Joshua couldn't sleep. He walked alone to the riverbank and listened to the water. It was a soft sound, almost like someone humming an old song far away. He thought of his childhood as a slave in Egypt, of the endless sand of the wilderness, of all the elders who had died without ever seeing this land. He felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier, until it was hard to breathe. And then he heard something, quiet but very clear, as though it had grown up from somewhere inside his own chest. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Joshua stood by the river a long time, listening to the water pass over the stones. And little by little, he set the weight down. Tomorrow, they would cross. The night wind was cool. The river was calm. And slowly, his eyes drifted shut. Joshua sent 2 men across the river in secret to scout the city of Jericho. They slipped into the crowd like 2 drops of water, moving through the narrow lanes, breathing in the smoke of cooking fires, listening to children laughing in courtyards. The walls of Jericho were high and thick. Standing beneath them and looking up, you could hardly see the top. But the 2 scouts understood that what truly frightened this city was not swords, but rumor. Stories about a sea splitting in 2, about 40 years in the desert, about how this people's God had carried them the whole way. Those stories had already traveled through Canaan like wind through every corner of the land. When night fell, the 2 men slipped into the home of a woman named Rahab. Her house was built right into the city wall, its window looking out toward the distant Jordan. She hid them beneath stalks of flax drying on her roof, and in a low, steady voice, she told them about the fear that lived in the hearts of everyone in that city. "I know that the Lord has given you this land," she said. "The dread of you has fallen on us. Everyone's hearts melted at the mention of what your God did at the Red Sea. Because of you, no one has any courage left." She spoke softly, as if afraid the wind outside might carry her words over the wall. Moonlight fell through the window onto her hands, onto the bundle of flax, onto the tired faces of the two men. Rahab asked only one thing in return, that when the city fell, they would spare her and her family. The two men agreed, and told her to tie a scarlet cord in her window as a sign. Late that night, Rahab lowered the two men down the outside of the wall with a rope. They landed without a sound, turned, and disappeared into the darkness of the hills, hiding there for 3 days before returning safely to Joshua. The scarlet cord stayed there, tied to the window frame, drifting gently in the night wind. Early the next morning, Joshua told the people to rise and make their way to the edge of the Jordan. The priests carrying the ark walked at the front of the line. It was harvest season, and the river was overflowing its banks. But the moment their feet touched the water's edge, the current stopped. Far upstream, the water rose up like a wall, and the riverbed slowly began to show itself. Dry. The people walked across the dry riverbed, step by step. The children stared, wide-eyed, at the walls of water standing on either side. The adults kept their heads down, walking slow and steady, saying nothing. The priests carrying the ark stood right in the middle of the riverbed and waited there until every last person had crossed over. And only then did they step onto the far bank themselves. The moment the priests' feet left the riverbed, the water rushed back together with a great roar, and the Jordan was a river again, flowing exactly as it always had. Joshua had 12 stones pulled from the middle of the river and set up at their camp that night. As a memorial, he said that someday, when their children asked what the stones meant, they should tell them how the waters of the Jordan had been cut off before the Ark of the Covenant. That night, camped at Gilgal, the campfires burned in little clusters, like stars that had fallen to the ground. The children were already fast asleep. The adults sat around the fires, talking quietly about what they had seen that day, their voices growing softer and softer, until they melted into the night. The gates of Jericho stayed shut tight. No one inside dared to go out, and no one dared to come in. The whole city was as still and silent as an empty shell. The Lord told Joshua to have all the fighting men march around the city, with 7 priests carrying 7 ram's horns walking ahead of the ark. They were to circle the city once a day for 6 days, and no one was allowed to shout or even speak. Only the low, long call of the horns. On the first day, The procession walked around the walls in complete silence. Faces peered out from the top of the wall, watching this silent column, unable to guess what it meant. The sound of the horns drifted into the city, through every lane, through every window. When the circle was complete, the procession returned quietly to camp and waited for the next day. Day after day, the people on the wall grew less tense and more uneasy. Then more uneasy still. A heavy, wordless dread. They didn't realize that this silent marching unsettled them far more than any battle cry ever could. On the seventh day, before dawn, the procession set out again. This time, they would circle the city 7 times. The sound of footsteps and horns echoed through the morning mist. Once, twice. On the 7th time around, Joshua told the people, "Shout, for the Lord has given you the city." At that moment, everyone shouted together, and the horns sounded all at once, and the wall came crashing down, throwing up a great cloud of dust that drifted slowly, in the morning light. When the dust settled, the city was silent. Joshua did not forget Rahab. He sent men to her house, the one with the scarlet cord still tied in the window, still standing whole among the ruins, and brought her and her family out to a safe place outside the camp. That evening, the wind carried the smell of dust far across the land. The camp grew quiet. The fires burned low, until only starlight remained, too, resting gently over the ruins. Joshua sent scouts to check on a small town called Ai. They came back and said it was tiny, hardly worth sending the whole army. 2,000 or 3,000 men would be enough. But that battle turned into a defeat, sudden and humiliating. The soldiers turned and ran, chased and cut down by the men of Ai, and the people's hearts went cold, from head to toe, like they'd been doused with icy water. Joshua tore his clothes and fell face down before the ark. From morning until evening, his face pressed into the dust, unable to understand why the Lord had left them. That night, he learned the answer. Someone in the camp had sinned. Someone had secretly kept things that were meant to be destroyed. The next morning, Joshua gathered the people and began questioning them, tribe by tribe, until at last, the trail led to a man named Achan. Achan lowered his head and, in a quiet voice, admitted the truth. Among the ruins of Jericho, he had seen a beautiful robe from Babylon, 200 shekels of silver, and a bar of gold. He wanted them, so he took them and buried them deep in the ground beneath his own tent. That night, as he buried the treasure layer by layer, he must have heard his own heartbeat, fast and uneven, as if some part of him already knew this secret could not stay buried forever. Following what Achan had confessed, they dug beneath his tent and found the hidden things. laying them out before the Lord. The secret he had buried so carefully did not, in the end, stay hidden. After this was dealt with, Joshua led the army against Ai a second time, using an ambush. Before dawn, he sent a company of men to hide on the west side of the city. In the morning, Joshua led the main force in a staged retreat, and the men of Ai poured out of the city to chase them, leaving the gates wide open. The hidden company slipped in and set the city on fire. When the men of Ai looked back and saw smoke rising from their own city, they panicked, and Israel struck from both sides. That day, Ai fell completely. That evening, Joshua built an altar on Mount Ebal and read aloud every word of the law, blessings and curses both, while the people stood quietly on either side of the valley, listening as the words carried far, far into the distance on the wind. News of the fall of Jericho and Ai spread across Canaan like wind, and many of the local kings banded together to fight Israel. But one city, Gibeon, chose a different path. Not war, but a carefully staged deception. The Gibeonites sent messengers dressed in worn-out clothes, their sandals patched and cracked, carrying old, torn sacks filled with moldy, crumbling bread. They led weary, thin donkeys and arrived at the camp at Gilgal looking as though they had traveled a very long way, claiming they had come from a distant country, having heard of the great power of Israel's God, and wished to make a treaty of peace. Joshua and the leaders looked at their cracked sandals and moldy bread, believed their story, and made a covenant with them, swearing not to harm them. But 3 days later, the truth came out. The Gibeonites actually lived nearby. They hadn't come from far away at all. The leaders of Israel were troubled, but because they had sworn in the name of the Lord, they couldn't go back on their word. So they kept the treaty and spared the Gibeonites' lives. Though from then on, the Gibeonites were made to cut wood and carry water for the community. When nearby kings heard that Gibeon had made peace with Israel, they were furious and joined forces to attack the city. Gibeon sent word to Joshua asking for help, and Joshua marched his army through the night from Gilgal to their rescue. That night, the army of Israel walked a very long way, their footsteps quick and steady on the dark mountain roads. It was a chaotic battle. The army of Israel chased the fleeing enemy from Gibeon all the way down the road toward Beth-horon. Along the way, enormous hailstones fell from the sky onto the retreating soldiers. More died from the hail than from the sword. Joshua stood on a hillside, watching the sun sink lower in the sky, worried that if darkness fell, the enemy would escape under cover of night. He raised his head, and in front of everyone, called out toward the sky, "Sun, stand still over Gibeon, and moon, over the valley of Aijalon." So the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, until the nation avenged itself on its enemies. That day stretched on and on, as though someone had quietly reached out and held it in place. The sun hung at the edge of the sky, refusing to set. until Israel had finished the battle. And only then did the sky slowly begin to darken. That evening came unusually quiet, the air thick with dust and the damp smell of melting hail. The soldiers walked wearily back to camp, and many collapsed and fell asleep the moment they lay down, sleeping deeply. In the years that followed, Joshua led Israel from city to city, conquering the land of Canaan, and then dividing it among the tribes. Some received hill country, some received plains, some received valleys near the Jordan. Caleb, the old man who, all those years ago, had gone with Joshua to scout the land and believed with his whole heart that they could take it, was 85 years old when he told Joshua, still full of energy, "Give me the hill country the Lord promised me back then." The descendants of Anak still live there, tall and strong, but I still have the strength to fight. Joshua blessed him and gave him Hebron. The Lord also told Joshua to set aside 6 cities of refuge on both sides of the Jordan, places where someone who had accidentally, without any intent to harm, killed another person could flee and find safety from those seeking revenge until a fair judgment could be reached. These cities were spread evenly across the land, north and south, east and west, so that no matter where someone lived, a place of safety was never too far away. Their gates never closed, day or night, always open to anyone who needed to run. The years passed, and Joshua grew old. He gathered the leaders and elders of Israel at Shechem and spoke to them one last time. He reminded them how, ever since the day Abraham left Ur, the Lord had guided their ancestors through Egypt, through the Red Sea, through the wilderness, all the way to this land flowing with milk and honey. Now, fear the Lord and serve him with all faithfulness. Joshua said, "But as for me and my household, we will serve the Lord." The people answered together that they would serve the Lord. Joshua made a covenant with them there at Shechem and set up a large stone under an oak tree as a witness. Not long after, Joshua died peacefully at the age of 110 and was buried within the land of his inheritance. The generation who had lived alongside him gradually passed away too, and a quiet, peaceful chapter slowly came to a close. The night wind moved through the oaks of Shechem, the leaves rustling softly, as if quietly saying that one journey had ended and another was waiting, quietly, to begin. After Joshua and the elders of his generation had all passed away, Israel entered a long, repeating cycle. The people slowly forgot everything the Lord had done for them and began following the gods of the nations around them. So the Lord allowed their enemies to oppress them. The people cried out in their suffering. The Lord raised up a judge to rescue them from oppression. And then, once that judge died, the people fell back into their old ways all over again. This cycle repeated again and again, like the tide rising and falling and rising. What we now think of as the Book of Judges is really a string of these stories. And in each one, out of the darkness, someone rises up, becoming a small but steady point of light. It's late now, so let's just treat these as old legends, and listen slowly, letting our eyelids grow heavy along with the telling. The first time Israel was oppressed, it was by the king of Mesopotamia. For 8 years, the people cried out, and the Lord raised up Othniel, Caleb's nephew. The Spirit of the Lord came upon him. He led the people to victory, and the land had peace for 40 years. After Othniel died, the people once again did what was evil in the Lord's sight. And this time they were oppressed by Eglon, king of Moab, for 18 years. Eglon was an extremely heavy man, and he had seized the city of palms, demanding heavy tribute from Israel. The Lord raised up a left-handed man from the tribe of Benjamin, named Ehud. Ehud forged a short, double-edged sword, about 1.5 feet long, and strapped it to his right thigh, hidden beneath his clothing, and went with the group, delivering tribute to see King Eglon. After presenting the tribute, Ehud sent the men carrying it on ahead, then turned back alone and told Eglon he had a secret message for him. The king dismissed his attendants and sat alone in his cool upper room. Ehud approached and said, "I have a message from God for you." The king rose from his seat. Ehud reached with his left hand, drew the sword from his right thigh, and drove it into the king's belly, so deeply that even the handle sank in, the fat closing around the blade. He didn't pull it back out. Instead, he stepped out, shut the doors behind him, and locked them. Eglon's servants waited a long time outside the door. Finding it locked, they assumed the king was relieving himself. And it was a while before they finally fetched a key and opened the door, only to find the king already dead on the floor. By that time, Ehud had already escaped safely back into Israelite territory. He sounded a horn, gathered the people, and led them against Moab. That day, Israel was victorious, and the land had peace for 80 years. After Ehud died, the people did evil again, and the Lord handed them over to Jabin, king of Canaan, for 20 years. Jabin's commander, Sisera, had 900 iron chariots, and he oppressed Israel harshly. At that time, a prophetess named Deborah was serving as a judge over Israel. People came to her to settle disputes beneath a palm tree in the hill country of Ephraim. Deborah sent for a man named Barak and told him, "The Lord, the God of Israel, commands you, take 10,000 men up to Mount Tabor. I will lead Sisera and his army and his chariots to the Kishon River, and give them into your hands." Barak said, "If you go with me, I will go. But if you don't go with me, I won't go." Deborah agreed to go with him. "But," she added, "there will be no glory for you on this journey, because the Lord is going to hand Sisera over to a woman." On the day the two armies met, a heavy rain suddenly poured down, and the Kishon River flooded, trapping Sisera's iron chariots in the mud, unable to move. Israel charged in, and Sisera's army was completely routed. Sisera himself abandoned his chariot and fled on foot. He ran to the tent of a woman named Jael. Her husband had a friendly relationship with Sisera's king. So Jael came out to meet him and said, "Come, my lord, come in. Don't be afraid." She covered him with a blanket. And when he asked for a little water because he was thirsty and exhausted, she opened a skin of milk and gave him that instead, and covered him again. Sisera told her to stand at the entrance of the tent, and if anyone came asking whether there was a man inside, to say no. Then, utterly exhausted, he fell into a deep sleep. Jael watched him sleeping soundly and quietly picked up a tent peg and a hammer. She walked softly to his side and drove the peg through his temple into the ground. Sisera never woke up. When Barak came chasing after the enemy and reached Jael's tent, she came out to meet him and said, "Come, and I'll show you the man you're looking for." From that day, Israel grew stronger and stronger until they had subdued King Jabin of Canaan, and the land had peace for 40 years. That day, Deborah and Barak sang a song celebrating the Lord's victory, and the melody echoed through the valley for a long time, drifting slowly away, like the wind. Once again, the people of Israel did what was evil in the eyes of the Lord, and he gave them into the hands of the Midianites for 7 years. The Midianites swarmed like locusts, arriving every year just as the crops ripened to steal them away, until the Israelites were forced to hide in caves and pits dug into the mountains. At that time, there was a man named Gideon, hiding in a winepress, secretly threshing wheat so the Midianites wouldn't see him. The angel of the Lord appeared to him, sitting beneath an oak tree, and said, "Mighty warrior, the Lord is with you." Gideon was a little surprised and a little doubtful. He said, "If the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us?" The Lord told him, "Go in the strength you have and rescue Israel from the hand of Midian. Am I not sending you?" Gideon still had doubts. He said, "My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." But the Lord promised to be with him. Gideon asked for a sign and went to prepare a young goat and unleavened bread, which he brought out and set on a rock. The angel of the Lord touched the offering with the tip of his staff, and fire rose out of the rock and consumed the meat and the bread, and the angel disappeared. That night, the Lord told Gideon to tear down the altar to Baal that his father had built. Gideon, afraid of his family and the townspeople, did it secretly, under cover of darkness. In the morning, when the town discovered the altar destroyed, they were furious and wanted to kill Gideon. But his father stepped forward to defend him, and the matter passed. The Midianites and the Amalekites gathered again, camping in the Jezreel Valley. The Spirit of the Lord came upon Gideon, and he sounded the horn to gather his people. But Gideon's heart still wasn't fully settled. He asked God for a sign. He would place a fleece of wool on the threshing floor. And if, the next morning, only the fleece was wet with dew, while the ground around it stayed dry, he would know for certain that God would use his hand to save Israel. Just as he had said. The next morning, Gideon got up and wrung the fleece out and squeezed a whole bowlful of water from it, while the ground all around remained completely dry. Gideon felt a little steadier, but then worried he might have misjudged. So he asked once more, this time in reverse. Let the fleece be dry, and let the ground around it be wet with dew. God granted that too. On those 2 quiet mornings, the dew on the grass and on the fleece glimmered faintly in the early light, as if God were, silently, again and again, comforting a heart that was still afraid. Gideon gathered 32,000 men, but the Lord told him there were too many. If all of them went to fight, Israel might boast that their own strength had saved them. So the Lord told Gideon to let anyone who was afraid or trembling go home. And 22,000 men left, leaving only 10,000. The Lord said there were still too many. He told Gideon to take the men down to the water, where he would test them. Those who lapped the water with their tongues like a dog should be set apart, and those who knelt down to drink should be set apart separately. Only 300 men lapped water from their hands. Everyone else knelt down to drink. The Lord told Gideon, with these 300 men, I will save you and give Midian into your hands. Let everyone else go home. That night, Gideon took the 300 men down to the edge of the Midianite camp. The Lord told him that if he was still afraid, he could go down and listen at the edge of the camp first. Gideon and his servant Purah crept close and overheard a Midianite telling a friend about a dream. He had dreamed a loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the camp and knocked over a tent. His friend interpreted the dream, saying it could only mean the sword of Gideon, son of Joash, a man of Israel. God had given Midian and the whole camp into his hands. Hearing this, the fear in Gideon's heart quietly settled, and he bowed down and worshipped. Then he went back to his own camp, divided the 300 men into 3 companies, and gave each man a trumpet and an empty jar with a torch hidden inside. It was the middle of the night, right at the changing of the guard, when the 3 companies crept up on the camp from 3 sides. At a signal, all 300 blew their trumpets at once. smashed the jars in their hands, held the torches high in their left hands and the trumpets in their right, and shouted, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." In the darkness, horns suddenly blared from every direction. Torches suddenly blazed from every direction, and the Midianite camp fell into complete chaos. In their panic, the enemy soldiers even turned their swords on each other. That night's confusion and terror finally collapsed into a total, overwhelming rout. That night in the wilderness had been dead silent. Then suddenly full of blaring horns, blazing torches, and the roar of battle cries. And then, as dawn approached, it all slowly settled back into stillness, leaving only the marks on the ground to tell the story of a victory that had happened entirely in the dark and belonged entirely to 300 men. After defeating Midian, the Israelites said to Gideon, "You have saved us from the hand of Midian. Rule over us, you and your son and your grandson." But Gideon answered, "I will not rule over you, nor will my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." It was a humble thing to say, and a clear-eyed one. He understood that the true guide of this land had never been any single hero, but a force far greater and more lasting than himself. But later, Gideon asked the people for gold earrings taken as plunder, and used the gold to make a sacred ephod, which he set up in his own town. An ephod was normally a priestly garment, used for seeking God's guidance, and Gideon may only have meant it as a keepsake. But over time, the people began worshiping it, and all of Israel turned to it, and it became a trap for Gideon and his whole family. Gideon himself enjoyed 40 peaceful years and died in old age, buried in his father's tomb. But not long after his death, Israel fell back into its old patterns, chasing after Baal, forgetting both the God who had once saved them and the family who had once saved them. 2. This is one of the recurring, quiet sorrows of the book of Judges. Even the humblest, the most clear-eyed judge could leave behind some flaw that made people sigh in his later years. Even the most profound rescue could be forgotten by a people whose memory was always so short. So short, like a wind passing over a field, gone the moment after it blew. It's late now. There's no need to dwell on that sorrow. Just know this: people will always make mistakes, always forget. But the grace of that first rescue never really leaves. Gideon had many sons, among them one named Abimelech, born to Gideon and a woman from Shechem. After Gideon died, Abimelech went back to his mother's hometown of Shechem and convinced the people there to make him king, hiring a gang of thugs who murdered 70 of his own brothers. Only the youngest, Jotham, escaped by hiding. Jotham stood on top of Mount Gerizim and called out to the people of Shechem, telling them a parable. The trees wanted to anoint a king to rule over them. The olive tree, the fig tree, and the vine all refused, unwilling to give up their purpose. But the thorn bush agreed, with a warning that if the trees didn't truly honor it as king, fire would come out from the thorn bush and consume everything. As soon as Jotham finished speaking, he fled, knowing that ambition like this would never end well. Sure enough, 3 years into Abimelech's reign, the people of Shechem turned against him, and the conflict dragged on until, while attacking the town of Thebez, a woman on the tower above dropped a millstone that struck him on the head. Badly wounded, knowing he wouldn't survive, he told his armor-bearer to run him through with a sword, so no one could say he had died at the hand of a woman. That whole episode, born of grasping ambition, ended up, in the end, burning, just like the fire that came out of the thorn bush, back on itself. Once again, Israel fell into the cycle of being oppressed by foreign nations, this time the Ammonites. In the land of Gilead, there was a mighty warrior named Jephthah, the son of a prostitute, cast out by his half-brothers, who wandered off to the land of Tob, where a band of men gradually gathered around him. When the Ammonites came to attack, the elders of Gilead remembered Jephthah's strength and went to ask him to come back and lead them. Jephthah hesitated at first, but eventually agreed and led the army against the Ammonites. Before going into battle, Jephthah made a vow to the Lord: "If you give the Ammonites into my hands, whatever comes out of the door of my house to meet me when I return in triumph will be the Lord's, and I will sacrifice it as a burnt offering." The Lord gave the Ammonites into Jephthah's hands, and he won a great victory. But when he returned home, the one who came out to meet him, playing a tambourine and dancing, joyful, was his only daughter. Jephthah's heart broke the moment he saw her. He tore his clothes and said, "Oh, my daughter, you have brought me down, and I am devastated, because I have made a vow to the Lord that I cannot break." His daughter listened quietly, then said, "My father, you have given your word to the Lord. Do to me just as you promised, since the Lord has avenged you of your enemies, the Ammonites." She asked only for one thing: to go with her friends into the hills for 2 months to grieve that she would never marry. And after 2 months, she returned to her father, and he did to her as he had vowed. From then on, there was a custom in Israel that young women would go out for 4 days each year to mourn for the daughter of Jephthah. This quiet, heavy story sits like a stone at the bottom of the book of Judges. No one gives it an easy ending. Only that yearly grief, passed down through the generations that followed. Israel did evil in the eyes of the Lord once again, and the Lord handed them over to the Philistines for 40 years. At that time, there was a man named Manoah from the tribe of Dan, and his wife had never been able to have children. One day, the angel of the Lord appeared to the woman and said, "You are barren and childless, but you are going to become pregnant and have a son. Be careful. Drink no wine or other fermented drink. and don't eat anything unclean, because this boy is going to be a Nazirite, set apart to God from the womb. No razor may ever touch his head, and he will begin the deliverance of Israel from the hand of the Philistines." The woman told her husband, and Manoah prayed to the Lord to send the messenger again to teach them how to raise the child. The angel appeared again, and Manoah offered a young goat with a grain offering. As the flame went up from the altar toward the sky, the angel of the Lord went up in the flame, and Manoah and his wife fell face down to the ground. That night, the field was very quiet. Only the faint, faraway sound of insects. Manoah and his wife knelt there, watching the fading light rising into the night sky, filled with awe and with a heavy sense of something waiting to unfold. Before long, the woman gave birth to a son and named him Samson. The boy grew, and the Lord blessed him, and the Spirit of the Lord began to stir him. When Samson grew up, he went down to Timna and saw a Philistine woman there and fell for her. He came back and told his parents he wanted to marry her. His parents didn't understand. "Isn't there a woman among your relatives, or among all our people, that you have to go and get a wife from the uncircumcised Philistines?" But Samson insisted. His parents didn't know that this was all part of a larger plan. He was looking for an opportunity against the Philistines. Samson went down to Timna with his parents, and on the way, at the vineyards there, a young lion suddenly roared and charged at him. The Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon Samson, and he tore the lion apart with his bare hands as easily as tearing apart a young goat, and told no one about it afterward. Later, when he went back to marry the woman, he passed by the lion's carcass and noticed a swarm of bees and honey inside it. He scooped out some honey with his hands and ate it as he walked, and gave some to his parents too, without telling them where it had come from. At the wedding feast, 30 Philistine young men were assigned to keep him company. Samson posed a riddle to them. Out of the eater, something to eat. Out of the strong, something sweet. If they could solve it within the 7 days of the feast, he would give them 30 linen garments and 30 sets of clothes. If not, they would owe him the same. For 3 days, the young men couldn't figure it out. So they threatened Samson's wife, telling her to coax the answer out of him, or they would burn down her father's house with her in it. She wept and pleaded with Samson for 7 days straight, until he wore down and finally told her. And she told the answer to the young men. Before sunset on the 7th day, the men of the town said to him, "What is sweeter than honey? What is stronger than a lion?" Samson replied, "If you hadn't plowed with my heifer, you would never have solved my riddle." The Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon him, and he went down to Ashkelon, struck down 30 men, took their belongings, and gave them to the men who had solved the riddle. And then, still furious, went back to his father's house. His wife was later given to one of his companions instead. Sometime later, at the time of the wheat harvest, Samson went to visit his wife, bringing a young goat, wanting to be with her. But her father wouldn't let him in, saying, "I was so sure you hated her that I gave her to your companion. Isn't her younger sister more beautiful anyway? Take her instead." Samson was furious and said that this time, whatever harm he caused the Philistines, he couldn't be blamed for it. He caught 300 foxes, tied them tail to tail in pairs, fastened a torch between each pair, lit them, and let them loose into the standing grain of the Philistines, burning up the grain, the vineyards, and the olive groves, all in one night. When the Philistines found out why, they burned Samson's wife and her father to death. Samson, enraged, struck them down savagely in return, and then withdrew to live in a cave in the rock of Edom. The Philistines invaded Judah's territory, and the men of Judah, desperate to keep the peace, went to capture Samson to hand him over. Samson agreed to be bound, only asking that they not kill him themselves. They tied him with 2 new ropes and handed him over to the Philistines. As soon as Samson arrived at Lehi, the Philistines came out shouting, and the Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon him. The ropes on his arms became like burnt flax and fell from his hands. He picked up a fresh jawbone of a donkey lying nearby and struck down 1,000 men with it. Afterward, Samson was terribly thirsty, and he cried out to the Lord, who split open a hollow place at Lehi, and water came out of it. Samson drank, and his strength returned. He led Israel as judge for 20 years. Once, Samson went to Gaza, saw a prostitute there, and went in to be with her. When the men of Gaza learned Samson was in the city, they lay in wait at the city gate all through the night, quietly, patiently, thinking they would kill him at dawn. But Samson got up in the middle of the night. He walked to the city gate, took hold of the 2 doors, the 2 posts, and the bar, and all together, and hoisted them onto his shoulders, and carried them all the way up to the top of the hill facing Hebron, before setting them down. It was a very quiet night. The whole city of Gaza was still fast asleep, and the men lying in wait at the gate were still waiting for dawn. No one had any idea that the heavy city gate had already been carried off, silently, into the darkness, by a single man. Later, Samson fell in love with a woman named Delilah in the valley of Sorek. The Philistine rulers came to Delilah and promised her a great deal of silver if she could seduce Samson into telling her the secret of his great strength and how he could be bound and subdued. Delilah asked Samson, "Tell me the secret of your great strength and how you can be tied up and subdued." The first time, Samson lied and said that if he were tied with 7 fresh bowstrings that had not been dried, he would become weak, like any other man. Delilah did exactly that, with men hidden in the room waiting, and called out, "Samson, the Philistines are here." But he snapped the bowstrings as easily as a piece of string snaps when it comes near a flame. Delilah said, "You've made a fool of me and lied to me. Come on, tell me how you can be tied." Samson's second answer was that if he were tied with new ropes that had never been used, he would become weak. Delilah tried that too. And again he snapped the ropes with ease. She complained again. And Samson gave a third answer. If she wove the 7 braids of his hair into the fabric on a loom and tightened it, he would become weak. She wove it while he slept and fastened it in place, then called out to wake him, and he pulled the loom and the weaving right out of the ground. She kept at him, day after day, nagging him until he was sick to death of it. Finally, one day, he told her everything, the whole truth. "No razor has ever touched my head," he said, "because I have been a Nazirite set apart to God since before I was born. If my head were shaved, my strength would leave me, and I would become as weak as any other man." Delilah realized he had finally told her everything and sent word to the Philistine rulers, saying, "He has told me the whole truth this time." They came, bringing the silver they had promised. That night, Delilah let Samson fall asleep with his head on her lap and called someone in to shave off the 7 braids of his hair. She began to subdue him, and this time, his strength really did leave him. She called out, "Samson, the Philistines are here." He woke with a start, thinking, as he had before, that he would simply shake himself free and go about as usual, not knowing that the Lord had already left him. That night, the valley of Sorek was very quiet, with only the faint flicker of a lamp falling over the scattered locks of hair on the floor. Samson had no idea that the most important thing he carried within himself had already been cut away. Quietly, piece by piece, while he slept. The Philistines seized Samson and gouged out his eyes, brought him down to Gaza, bound him with bronze shackles, and set him to grinding grain in the prison. The hair on his head, once shaved, slowly began to grow back. The Philistine rulers gathered to offer a great sacrifice to their god Dagon, celebrating that Dagon had delivered their enemy Samson into their hands. As they celebrated, someone suggested bringing Samson out of the prison to entertain the crowd. He was led out and made to stand between 2 great pillars, while the people mocked and jeered. About 3,000 men and women were watching from the rooftop, enjoying the spectacle of Samson's humiliation. Samson said to the servant who was leading him by the hand, "Let me feel the pillars that support this temple, so I can lean against them." He was guided quietly to the 2 pillars that stood at the center of the whole building. Holding up the roof, he placed his left hand on one, his right hand on the other, and prayed quietly, "Sovereign Lord, remember me. Please, God, strengthen me just once more, so that I may pay back the Philistines for my 2 eyes." Then Samson said, "Let me die with the Philistines, and pushed with all his might, one hand against each pillar, and the building came crashing down on the rulers and everyone inside it. Samson killed more people in his death than he had killed during his entire life. Dust hung in the air for a long time after the collapse, settling slowly back to the ground. His brothers and his father's whole family came down, retrieved his body, and buried him in the tomb of his father Manoah. Samson had led Israel as judge for 20 years. This is one of the stories in Judges where strength and weakness are woven together. A man born with a great purpose, who also stumbled through his own moments of weakness, but who, in the very last moment, gave everything he had, and it became the final and the heaviest blow of his life. That's the story of Judges, at least for tonight. The night outside is probably very deep by now, and if your eyes are already growing heavy, go ahead and let them close. In the days when the judges ruled, a famine settled over the land of Judah, Bethlehem, whose name means house of bread, could no longer grow enough grain in its fields to keep the storehouses full. Because of years of drought, there was a man in Bethlehem named Elimelech who packed up a few simple belongings with his wife Naomi and their 2 sons, Mahlon and Chilion, and left their homeland, traveling east to the land of Moab, hoping to wait out the famine there. That day, as the 4 of them walked the road toward Moab, the walls of Bethlehem grew smaller and smaller behind them, and ahead lay a strange, wide plain. The wind moved across the fields, carrying a faint, indefinable coolness. Naomi looked back once toward her homeland, probably with no idea how many years it would be before she returned. They settled in Moab, and life went on quietly. But before long, Elimelech died, leaving Naomi alone with her 2 sons. The boys grew up, and each married a Moabite woman, one named Orpah, the other named Ruth. The family lived quietly in this foreign land for about 10 years. Then, 10 years later, tragedy struck again. Mahlon and Chilion both died as well, leaving Naomi and her 2 daughters-in-law alone. 3 widows huddled together in a house far from home. Naomi heard that the Lord had come to the aid of his people and given them food again, and she decided to pack up and return to the land of Judah. Her 2 daughters-in-law walked with her, but partway down the road, Naomi stopped and turned to them. "Go back, each of you, to your mother's home," she said. "May the Lord show you kindness, as you have shown kindness to your husbands and to me. May the Lord grant that each of you find rest in the home of another husband." Naomi kissed them goodbye, and the 3 women stood there on the road in the wilderness, weeping. Orpah and Ruth both said, "We will go back with you to your people." But Naomi kept urging them, "Return home, my daughters. Why would you come with me? Am I going to have any more sons who could become your husbands? Return home, my daughters. I am too old to have another husband, even if I thought there was still hope for me. Even if I had a husband tonight and bore sons, would you wait until they grew up? Would you wait and not marry someone else? No, my daughters. It is more bitter for me than for you, because the Lord's hand has turned against me. The three women wept aloud again. Orpah kissed her mother-in-law goodbye, tears in her eyes, and turned back toward Moab, her figure growing smaller and smaller until it disappeared down the road toward her family's home. But Ruth would not go. She clung to Naomi and would not let go. Naomi said to her, "Look, your sister-in-law is going back to her people and her gods. Go back with her." Ruth looked up at Naomi and spoke the words that have been remembered for thousands of years since. "Don't urge me to leave you or to turn back from you. Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. May the Lord deal with me, be it ever so severely, if even death separates you and me." Seeing how firmly Ruth had made up her mind, Naomi said no more, and the two women continued on together, quietly, on the road toward Bethlehem. It was a long, long road. An older woman who had lost her husband and both sons, and a young widow who had left her homeland and her own family, walked together on that dusty road, and neither one said very much more. Only the sound of their footsteps, over and over, echoed through the quiet wilderness. Naomi and Ruth finally reached Bethlehem. They arrived just as the barley harvest was beginning. The fields were full of activity, and the air carried the fresh scent of newly cut barley. The whole town was stirred by their return, and the women whispered to each other, "Can this be Naomi?" She told them, "Don't call me Naomi," which means pleasant. "Call me Mara," which means bitter, because the Almighty has made my life very bitter. I went away full, but the Lord has brought me back empty. That evening, the sky over Bethlehem slowly dimmed into dusk, and the two women walked quietly into this familiar yet unfamiliar town. Naomi's house had stood empty for years, dust settling over everything inside. But at least this was home, and the wind still carried that familiar scent of barley. Life in Bethlehem was not easy, and Naomi and Ruth needed to find some way to feed themselves. Ruth said to Naomi, "Let me go to the fields and pick up the leftover grain behind anyone who will allow me to." Naomi agreed. At that time, Israel had a custom. Harvesters were not to reap all the way to the edges of a field, nor gather up every dropped stalk, but to leave some behind for the poor and for foreigners. Ruth went out into the fields, and, as it happened, ended up in a field belonging to a man named Boaz, a relative of Elimelech's family. and a man of standing and wealth. That day, Boaz came from Bethlehem to check on his field and greeted the harvesters. "The Lord be with you," they answered. "The Lord bless you." He noticed the unfamiliar young woman quietly bent over behind the reapers, gathering the fallen grain, moving with a kind of quiet diligence. Boaz asked the foreman in charge of the harvesters, "Whose young woman is this?" The foreman answered, "She is the Moabite who came back with Naomi. She asked if she could gather among the sheaves behind the harvesters, and she has been on her feet since morning, except for a short rest in the shelter." Boaz went over to Ruth and said, "Listen, my daughter, don't go and glean in another field, and don't go away from here. Stay here with the women who work for me. Watch which field the men are harvesting, and follow along after the women. I've told the men not to lay a hand on you, and whenever you're thirsty, go and drink from the water jars the men have filled." Ruth fell face down, her face nearly touching the ground, and said, "Why have I found such favor in your eyes, that you notice me, a foreigner?" Boaz replied, "I've been told all about what you have done for your mother-in-law since your husband died, how you left your father and mother and your homeland and came to live among a people you did not know before. May the Lord repay you for what you have done. May you be richly rewarded by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." At mealtime, Boaz called Ruth over and told her to eat some bread and dip it in the wine vinegar. He handed her some roasted grain himself, and she ate until she was satisfied, with some left over. She got up again to glean, and Boaz quietly instructed his workers to let her gather even among the sheaves, and not to embarrass her, and even to pull out some stalks from the bundles on purpose and leave them for her to pick up, without a word of rebuke. That day, Ruth gathered about an ephah of barley and carried it back into town to show Naomi, along with the leftovers from the meal she had saved. Naomi asked where she had worked that day, and when she learned it was Boaz's field, she understood this was probably no accident, and said joyfully, "The Lord bless him. He has not stopped showing his kindness to the living and the dead." She told Ruth that this man was one of their family's closest relatives. For the rest of that season, Ruth kept gleaning alongside Boaz's female workers, all the way through the barley and wheat harvests. And life for her and Naomi slowly began to settle and steady itself. When the harvest season ended, Naomi said to Ruth, "My daughter, should I not try to find a home for you, where you'll be well provided for? Boaz, whose women you've been working with, is a relative of ours, and tonight he'll be winnowing barley on the threshing floor. Wash and perfume yourself and put on your best clothes. Then go down to the threshing floor. But don't let him know you're there until he has finished eating and drinking. When he lies down, note the place where he is lying and go. Uncover his feet and lie down there. He will tell you what to do." It was an evening after the harvest, and the threshing floor still bore the marks of the day's work, the air thick with the scent of chaff and dry grass. Boaz finished eating and drinking, and, feeling good, went and lay down at the far end of the grain pile. Ruth did just as her mother-in-law had told her. She quietly walked up to the threshing floor, gently lifted the covering off his feet, and lay down there, still, listening to the sound of the night wind moving through the grain, and to her own quiet heartbeat. At that time in Israel, there was a law and custom. If a man died without a son, his nearest relative could marry his widow to carry on the family line, and could also redeem any land that the family had lost. This person was called the kinsman redeemer, and the act of covering someone with a garment's corner was a way of expressing willingness to take on that responsibility. In the middle of the night, Boaz suddenly woke, startled, and turning over, discovered a woman lying at his feet. "Who are you?" he asked. Ruth answered, "I am your servant Ruth. Spread the corner of your garment over me, since you are a family redeemer." Boaz was moved and said, "The Lord bless you, my daughter. This kindness is greater than that which you showed earlier. You have not run after the younger men, whether rich or poor. Now, my daughter, don't be afraid. I will do for you all you ask. All the people in my town know that you are a woman of noble character. Although it is true that I am a family redeemer, there is another who is more closely related than I. Stay here tonight, and in the morning, if he wants to fulfill his duty as a redeemer, good, let him redeem you. But if he is not willing, then, as surely as the Lord lives, I will redeem you myself. Lie here until morning." The threshing floor was very quiet that night. Ruth lay there at Boaz's feet, all the way until it was still too dark to recognize one person from another. Before anyone else could recognize her, Boaz sent her off quietly, saying that no one should know a woman had been there that night. Before she left, he poured 6 measures of barley into her shawl for her to carry home. Ruth walked back to town in the pale light just before dawn, carrying that heavy weight of barley in her arms, her heart carrying, most likely, a quiet, unspoken hope. Naomi asked her, "How did it go, my daughter?" And Ruth told her everything the man had done for her. Naomi said, "Wait, my daughter, until you find out what happens. For the man will not rest until the matter is settled today." Boaz went up to the town gate. The place, in those days, where public matters and legal disputes were settled, too, and sat down there. Just then, the relative he had spoken of happened to pass by. Boaz called out, "Come over here, friend, and sit down." And the man came and sat down. Boaz then gathered 10 of the town elders and asked them to sit as well. And they did. Boaz said to the close relative, "Naomi, who has come back from Moab, is selling the piece of land that belonged to our relative Elimelech. I thought I should bring the matter to your attention and suggest that you buy it back in the presence of these elders and in the presence of my people. If you will redeem it, then do so. But if you will not, tell me, so I will know. Because no one has the right to do it except you, and I am next after you." The man said, "I will redeem it." Then Boaz said, "On the day you buy the land from Naomi, you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the dead man's widow, to maintain the name of the dead with his property." Hearing that, the man changed his mind. "Then I cannot redeem it, because I might endanger my own estate. You redeem it yourself. I cannot do it." In those days, there was a custom in Israel regarding transactions of this kind, that a man would remove his sandal and give it to the other, as a way of finalizing an agreement. So the relative said to Boaz, "Buy it yourself," and took off his sandal. Then Boaz announced to the elders and all the people, "Today you are witnesses that I have bought from Naomi all the property of Elimelech, Gibeon, and Mahlon. I have also acquired Ruth the Moabite, Mahlon's widow, as my wife, to maintain the name of the dead with his property, so that his name will not disappear from among his family or from the town records. Today you are witnesses, everyone at the gate," along with the elders, said, "We are witnesses. May the Lord make this woman, who is coming into your home, like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the family of Israel. May you prosper in Ephrathah and be famous in Bethlehem." That day, the air at the town gate was filled with a kind of solemn warmth, and the blessings, one after another, felt like a soft covering settling gently over this long-delayed union. So Boaz took Ruth, and she became his wife. He made love to her, and the Lord enabled her to conceive, and she gave birth to a son. The women of the town said to Naomi, "Praise be to the Lord, who this day has not left you without a family redeemer. May he become famous throughout Israel. He will renew your life and sustain you in your old age. For your daughter-in-law, who loves you and who is better to you than 7 sons, has given him birth." Naomi took the child, held him in her lap, and cared for him as if he were her own. The women living nearby gave him a name, calling him Obed. Hearing that little baby's cry echoing through Naomi's once empty house was probably the sweetest sound she had heard in years. The days that had once turned pleasant into bitter were now, little by little, turning sweet again. Obed later became the father of Jesse, and Jesse became the father of David, the man who would go on to become the greatest king in Israel's history. A story that began with famine, the loss of a husband, and a long journey through a foreign land had, in the end, quietly folded itself into a long and remarkable family line, leading all the way to a throne. This is where the story of Ruth comes to its close for tonight. Of the 3 books we've walked through, this one is the quietest and the gentlest. No walls collapsing, no battle cries across a field, only the grain gathered stalk by stalk in the fields. A quiet night on a threshing floor, and the warm, steady blessing of a crowd at a town gate. If you've made it this far, you're probably somewhere between waking and sleep by now. We've walked together across the Jordan and watched the water stop before the feet of the priests. We stood beneath the walls of Jericho and listened to 7 days of silent marching. We stood in Gideon's camp and watched 300 torches suddenly flare in the dark. We heard Samson, standing between the pillars of a temple, speak his final prayer. And we walked, together, alongside Naomi and Ruth, down that long road from Moab to Bethlehem, watching the grain, stalk by stalk, gathered up into Ruth's arms. These are all stories about waiting in the darkness, and about the light that quietly arrives afterward. There's nothing more to think about now. Let all these images drift away slowly, like water receding. The sound of the Jordan, the dust of Jericho, the scent of the barley fields. Let them all grow farther and farther away. Good night. If you're still awake, or you've drifted back for just a moment, that's all right. Let's take a few of those same scenes now and slow them down even further, like turning a film to slow motion, watching it frame by frame all over again. There's no need to follow the story this time. Just let the images carry you, gently downward. Take a slow breath in and let it out. Picture the Jordan River. Early in the morning, the water is wide and fast-moving because it's harvest season and the river is swollen past its banks. The muddy current curling with little flecks of foam. The air carries a damp, earthy coolness, and a light breeze drifts down from upstream, brushing through the reeds, which sway gently, whispering, rustling. The priests carry the ark forward, step by step, toward the river. Their footsteps are slow and steady, the wooden poles pressing into their shoulders, creaking faintly. The priest walking in front feels the mud at the river's edge sticking to the bottom of his sandal, a coolness that begins to creep slowly upward. And then, his foot touches the water. In that instant, somewhere far away, out of sight, the current simply stops. Not all at once, but as though some invisible hand has gently pressed down on the flow. The surface pauses, then slowly draws back, back, and the riverbed begins to show itself. Wet, scattered with small stones and river grass. The people watch, and no one speaks. Some stand with their mouths open, no sound coming out. Some instinctively tighten their grip on a child's hand nearby. And then, one by one, they begin to step forward, walking into this riverbed that should be rushing with water. Their feet sink into the damp riverbed, cool and soft, like walking across a giant sponge soaked through with water for a long time on either side. The walls of water stand still, motionless, as though holding their breath too, waiting patiently for this long line of people to cross. The children look up, staring at that towering wall of water they can barely see the top of, eyes wide with wonder and a touch of fear. The adults keep their heads down, focused on the ground ahead, step by step, steady, walking toward the far bank. The wind moves across the riverbed, carrying the smell of water and earth, brushing over every face. Somewhere far upstream, the sound of pressed, churning water is still faintly audible, a low rumble, like distant thunder. The walk takes a long time, until finally, the very last person steps onto the far shore. Only then do the priests leave the riverbed themselves. And the moment their feet lift, the water rushes back together with a roar, resuming its rolling, endless current. That night, camped at Gilgal, the fires burn in little clusters, an orange glow lighting up every tired but peaceful face. The children fall asleep quickly, their breathing steady, their cheeks glowing softly in the firelight. The adults sit together, talking, their voices growing quieter and quieter until all that's left is the soft, occasional crackle of burning wood. Sleep now. Let the sound of the Jordan, the wet mud of the riverbed, the glow of the campfire, all stay behind in that quiet night, fading slowly into blur. Now picture the walls of Jericho at dawn. A thin mist still clings to the base of the wall, blurring the huge, heavy stones. The line of men marches slowly, footsteps light and even, as though everyone silently agreed not to speak. Only the low, drawn-out call of the horns drifting through the mist. Faces peer out from behind the wall, watching this silent procession, and their expressions shift slowly from wariness into something deeper and heavier, an unease they can't quite name. This quiet marching, day after day, repeats like a single drop of water falling on the same spot. Given enough time, even stone can wear through. On the seventh day, before the sky has even begun to lighten, dew still resting on the blades of grass, the procession sets out once more. This time, they will circle the city 7 times. Footsteps, over and over, across the damp ground, the sound of horns, again and again, rolls through the slowly brightening sky. On the seventh circle, just as the sky begins to turn a pale gray at the horizon, Joshua takes a deep breath and shouts. In that instant, every sound erupts at once. The shout, the horns, the footsteps, all blending together, shaking the very air. The wall trembles, just slightly, and then, section by section, comes crashing down, throwing up a huge cloud of dust that drifts. Slowly, slowly, spinning in the morning light. When the dust settles, the whole city falls silent. The wind carries the smell of dust far into the distance, mingling with the scent of dew still clinging to the morning grass, drifting into everyone's lungs. The window with the scarlet cord still stands, whole among the ruins. Sleep now. Let that cloud of dust settle. Slowly, slowly, down into this quiet night. Let's return. Now, to that night at the edge of the Midianite camp. The sky has gone completely dark. Only a few scattered torches burning within the camp. Their glow blooming faintly in the darkness, like a scattering of dim, yellow stars across the valley. Gideon and his 300 men lie hidden along three sides of the camp, each one holding an empty clay jar, a burning torch tucked inside. The mouth of the jar covered gently with cloth so no light leaks through. The night wind is cool, brushing over every face. The 300 men hold their breath, listening to the faint sound of the changing guard somewhere in the enemy camp. And, farther off, the occasional soft breathing of livestock. Time passes slowly, so slowly, slow enough to hear your own heartbeat. At midnight, just after the watch changes, Gideon gives the signal. 300 jars shatter against the ground, almost all at the same instant. A crisp, cracking sound rippling outward, like a long string of firecrackers bursting all at once. Immediately after, 300 torches are lifted high, and a sudden orange glow floods the black sky, lighting up 300 tense, determined faces. The horns sound in the very same moment. 300 trumpets, sharp and piercing, cutting through the night sky. Blast after blast, surging toward the sleeping camp from three directions at once. The shout rises with it, a sword for the Lord and for Gideon. The dark camp falls instantly into chaos. Some wake from sleep to find torchlight blazing on every side. Horns and shouting coming from every direction. And in the panic and confusion, unable to tell friend from foe. Some even strike down the very comrades standing beside them. Shouting, the neighing of horses, the fading echo of shattering jars, all tangle together, rolling on and on through the valley. All through that night, God, torchlight flickers, shadows scatter in confusion, until, at last, the first pale light of dawn slowly spreads across the horizon, and the noise begins to settle. Sleep now. Let those torches go out, one by one, and let that noise fade slowly into the distance, leaving only a small, quiet light before the dawn. Now, the great hall, ablaze with light, filled with the roar of a crowd. More than 3,000 eyes look down from the roof, from between the columns, toward the man standing at the center of the hall, blind, brought out for entertainment. Samson stands between two enormous stone pillars. The noise of the hall washes over him in waves. Laughter, cheering. But his own world has long since gone entirely dark, filled only with sound, mockery, celebration, and the sheer weight of that vast space pressing down from above. He turns his head and murmurs something to the boy holding his hand. His voice so quiet, it's almost swallowed by the noise around them. The boy nods and leads him to stand between the two pillars. Samson reaches out, first tentatively touching the cool, rough surface of the pillar on the left, and then, slowly, his right hand finds the other, on the right. His fingers trace the small, uneven ridges in the stone's surface, feeling the enormous weight of the building pressing down on these two columns. The noise of the hall seems to recede, further and further from him. He lowers his head, his lips moving softly, his voice barely audible, even to himself. Sovereign Lord, remember me. Strengthen me. Just this, once more. Having said this, he draws in a deep breath, his chest rising slowly. And then, all at once, pours every ounce of strength he has left into both arms. Left hand, right hand, pushing together. The pillars tremble, just slightly, and then, inch by inch, begin to lean outward. The ceiling groans, a low, unsettling sound, and dust begins sifting down from the beams above. Then comes a deafening crash, and the whole building collapses in on itself. Dust exploding outward, swallowing every source of light. And the noise stops. All at once. It takes a long time before the dust finally settles, and the ruins fall into a heavy, complete silence. Sleep now. Let that dust settle. Slowly. Slowly. All the way down into the deepest part of this night. Let's go back now to that quiet night on the threshing floor just outside Bethlehem. After the harvest, The marks of the day's labor are still scattered across the floor. Piles of chaff, loose bits of dry straw, the air thick with the warm, dry scent of grain that spent the day in the sun, mingled with the damp coolness of the evening dew beginning to settle. Boaz, well-fed and content, walks to the edge of the grain pile and lies down. The night wind is soft, barely stirring the edge of the cloak draped over him. And soon, he falls into a deep, even sleep. Ruth stands in the shadows at the edge of the threshing floor, watching, her heart beating fast and light. She moves slowly, one step at a time, closer to the grain pile, the dry straw rustling faintly beneath her feet. She pauses, waits, makes sure she hasn't disturbed anyone, and then continues. Slowly, closer still. She kneels down near his feet, and with the gentlest movement she can manage, lifts the corner of the cloak covering him, and quietly lies down there. The night is deep, and the stars, scattered thinly, hang in the sky above. Somewhere in the distance, the occasional short call of an insect drifts across the fields. Faint, brief, and then fades back into stillness. Ruth lies there, quietly, listening to the steady rhythm of Boaz's breathing, and to the wind moving through the grain, and to the rough texture of the straw beneath her, and to that strange, mixed feeling of nervousness and calm settling inside her. Time passes. Slowly. Slowly. At midnight, Boaz suddenly stirs, rolls over, and feels something at his feet, and wakes with a start. His voice, in the quiet of the night, sounds unusually clear. Who are you? Ruth's voice is soft and steady as she answers him, word by word. For the rest of that night, the threshing floor stays quiet. Only the low murmur of their conversation, the occasional pause, and the night wind, again and again, brushing over the grain pile, rustling faintly. The sky at the horizon begins to lighten, just barely, to a pale gray, and Ruth rises, cradling the heavy weight of the barley in her arms, walking, step by careful step, along the road back toward town, still damp with the morning dew. Sleep now. Let that scent of barley, that scattering of starlight, that quiet night, settle gently over you, like a soft blanket, beyond the names that fill so many pages of the book of Judges. Ehud, Deborah, Gideon, Jephthah, Samson. There are a few other judges the book mentions, in only a sentence or two, their whole lives passing by in just a few short lines. And somehow, that brevity makes those years feel even more peaceful, even more still. After Ehud, there was a judge named Shamgar. who struck down 600 Philistines with nothing but an ox goad and saved Israel. The text says nothing more about him. Just that one line. Like a shooting star that flashes across the night sky, bright for an instant, and then gone. After Deborah and Barak, Israel had peace for 40 years. Later, a judge named Tola led Israel for 23 years, living quietly in the hill country of Ephraim. And then he died and was buried there. After him came Jair of Gilead, who had 30 sons, who rode 30 donkeys and controlled 30 towns. He led Israel for 22 years and died peacefully. After Jephthah, there was a judge named Ibzan, who had 30 sons and 30 daughters. His sons married outside their clan, and his daughters married into other families as well. He judged Israel for 7 years, and he too died in peace. After him came Elon, of the tribe of Zebulun, who judged for 10 years, and after him Abdon, who had 40 sons and 30 grandsons, who rode on 70 donkeys, and he judged for 8 years. These judges' stories are all very short, almost without any drama at all. But think about it for a moment. In an age of such constant upheaval, of repeated oppression by foreign nations, to have 20 years, 23 years, 10 years of quiet, uneventful peace is actually something rare and precious. War, judgment, deliverance. These are naturally the most dramatic parts of the book of Judges. But these quiet, peaceful years passed over in a single sentence are really the kind of ordinary days that people actually want and actually need. It's late now. We can think of these quiet, unremarkable judges as a kind of blessing tonight. May your sleep tonight be just like those years that history barely paused to mention. Peaceful, steady, without a single ripple, just quietly resting, all the way until morning. Before we continue, let's pause for a moment and take a few slow breaths together. Breathe in. Feel the air slowly filling your chest. And then, slowly, let it out, releasing whatever tension your body has been holding, bit by bit. Once more, breathe in. Hold, just for a moment. And slowly, let it go. Picture yourself walking through the pages of Joshua, across this land of Canaan that has just come through the fires of war and is now slowly settling into peace. The sunset paints the hills a warm, glowing orange, and the wind moves across the fields, carrying the scent of grass and soil. In the distance, you can just make out a shepherd guiding his flock slowly homeward. This land finally gets to take a long, quiet breath. And you, too, can finally, quietly, let this day go. Once the people of Israel had settled into Canaan, the Lord instructed Joshua to establish 6 cities of refuge on both sides of the Jordan. Places where someone who had accidentally, without any intention of harm, killed another person could flee to escape whoever sought revenge and wait there for a fair judgment. These 6 cities: Kedesh in the hill country of Naphtali, Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim, Hebron in the hill country of Judah, and Bezer, Ramoth, and Golan on the eastern side of the Jordan, were spread evenly across the land, north, south, east, and west, so that no matter where someone happened to be, there was always a place of safety not too far away. It was a very gentle design. The law, though strict, still left room, a way out, for those whose wrongdoing came without malice. Anyone who fled to one of these cities had to stand at the gate and explain their case to the town elders. If the elders determined it truly had been an accident, they would take the person in and let them stay there, safely, until the high priest serving at that time passed away, after which they were free to return home, with no one able to pursue the matter further. Picture the gates of these cities of refuge, standing open day and night, never locked, always ready to welcome anyone who needed shelter. Inside those walls lived people carrying guilt and fear, who, slowly, over time, found their way back to a quiet, steady life. When Joshua grew old, he divided the land of Canaan among the 12 tribes of Israel. The tribe of Levi received no single connected territory of its own. Instead, they were scattered among 48 towns within the other tribes' land, including those 6 cities of refuge, because their calling had always been to serve, to teach the law, to tend the sacred spaces, and so the Lord himself was their inheritance. In those years, the hill country, the plains, the valleys, all slowly took on their own names, their own belonging. Shepherds walked their flocks across the land of their own tribe. Children chased each other, laughing, in the courtyards outside their homes. Fields grew green with each passing season, ripened, and were harvested year after year. A long season of war had, finally, quote, quieted down, settling into a land where generation after generation could simply live in peace. Now, let everything you've heard so far settle and rest. For this last stretch of our journey, you don't need to remember any part of the story. Just close your eyes and let this voice carry you slowly through it. One more time. Take a deep breath in and let it out slowly. Picture yourself walking along a narrow path covered in fine sand. The sky, somewhere between dusk and night. A deep, soft blue-violet. In the distance, you can just make out the direction of the Jordan River, the water flowing quietly, catching the last faint light of the fading sun. Your steps are light and slow, the sand shifting softly beneath your feet with a faint, rustling sound. As you walk, the sound of the river slowly fades behind you, and you look up to see, ahead of you, the outline of an ancient city wall, its shape heavy and solid against the deepening night. But this city is very quiet now, quiet enough that you can hear only the wind, drifting again and again over the wild grass at the base of the wall. You know that this city once, on one particular morning, came crashing down all at once. But now, all that remains is moonlight, resting softly over the ruins. You keep walking, and the ground beneath your feet slowly turns to soft grass, dew clinging to each blade, cool against your ankles. That are, far off, in a valley. You can just make out a few last faint points of torchlight, nearly burned out. The final trace of warmth left behind from a raid that happened long ago. The wind moves through the valley, carrying with it a faint, uncertain scent of smoke. And then, slowly, that too fades away. Breathe in, slowly, and out, slowly. You feel your body growing heavier and more relaxed with every breath. Keep walking, and the grass beneath your feet slowly turns into a field of golden wheat. The stalks sway gently in the night breeze, rustling continuously, like countless soft, quiet whispers. You reach out and let your hand brush lightly across the grain, feeling its dry, gentle texture. At the edge of the field, you can just make out a threshing floor, and beside it, tall stacks of grain, giving off the warm scent of dry straw that spent the whole day in the sun. You find a spot near the grain stacks, and slowly lie down. Above you, the sky is filling, star by star, with more and more points of light, spreading across the whole night sky, glimmering quietly. Breathe in, slowly, and out, slowly. Your arms and legs feel heavier now, warmer, more at ease. Somewhere in the distance, you hear the sound of footsteps. Soft, quiet, the footsteps of a woman. Long ago, walking home, her arms full with the weight of a harvest. The footsteps slowly blend into the wind, into the rustle of the grain, into this deep, quiet night. Your eyelids grow heavier and heavier. The sound of the Jordan, the moonlight over Jericho, the last embers in that valley, the whisper of the wheat field, the warm scent of the threshing floor, all of it now gathers together into this one single, quiet night. There's nothing left to think about, nothing left to remember. Just let all of it gently wrap around you. Breathe in slowly and out slowly. Slowly. Good night. Sleep well. All the way until morning. Let's slow down again and return to a few more of these moments, one at a time, letting each one stretch out a little longer this time. Picture Achan, alone in his tent, in the hush just after nightfall. Outside, the camp has gone quiet. Campfires burning low. Voices settling into murmurs and then into silence. Inside the tent, a single, small lamp flickers, casting long, trembling shadows against the tent walls. He kneels on the ground, digging with his hands, the dirt cool and slightly damp beneath his fingers. Beside him lie the things he took from the ruins of Jericho. A beautiful robe, heavy with fine thread, 200 shekels of silver wrapped in cloth, and a bar of gold, small enough to fit in his palm, but strangely heavy all the same. He wraps them carefully, one by one, and lowers them into the hole he has dug, pressing the dirt back over them, patting it smooth, brushing away any trace on the surface. His hands move quickly, quietly, but his heart is pounding, fast, uneven, a rhythm he can't quite steady, no matter how he tries. He sits back for a moment, looking at the undisturbed patch of ground, and something in him already senses, somewhere deep down, that a secret buried this carefully rarely stays buried for long. But he pushes the thought away, blows out the lamp, and lies down in the dark, listening to his own heartbeat slow, very slowly, back towards something like calm. Days later, when the trail of questioning finally reaches him, and his name is spoken aloud in front of everyone, he lowers his head, and in a very quiet voice, tells the truth, one detail at a time. There's something almost like relief in his voice, buried beneath the fear, the exhausting weight of that secret, finally being set down. Breathe in, slowly, and out, slowly. Let this heavy little story settle and drift on by. Now picture the tent of Jael. In the quiet hour, after a battle has ended somewhere far off. The air inside smells faintly of wool and dust. A single oil lamp burning low near the entrance. Sisera stumbles in, breathless, his clothes damp with sweat, his eyes darting toward the shadows. Jael's voice is calm, almost soothing, as she tells him to come in, not to be afraid. She settles a blanket over him where he lies, and when he asks for water, she quietly opens a skin of milk instead and offers it to him, warm and rich, and he drinks it gratefully, feeling his exhausted body finally beginning to loosen. He tells her to stand watch at the entrance, to say nothing if anyone comes looking. And then, almost immediately, his breathing deepens. His shoulders relax completely, and he sinks into a heavy, dreamless sleep. Jael stands there for a long moment, watching him sleep, listening to the quiet, even rhythm of his breath. Then she reaches for a tent peg and a hammer and moves toward him without a sound, her bare feet silent against the tent floor. What happens next happens quickly and quietly, and afterward, the tent falls back into stillness, the oil lamp still burning low, casting the same long shadows as before. Breathe in and out. Let that image, too, pass gently by, like a shadow crossing a wall, and then gone. Now, picture Ruth, bent low in a wide, golden field, the sun warm on her back, the sound of harvesters working somewhere ahead of her, their voices carrying faintly on the breeze. She moves slowly between the rows of cut grain, her fingers gathering the fallen stalks one at a time, tucking them carefully into the fold of her skirt. The air smells of warm earth and dry grass. And somewhere nearby, a bird calls out. Once, twice, and then falls silent. Ruth pauses for a moment, wipes her brow, looks up at the wide, open sky, and then bends down again. Patient, steady, one stalk at a time. A shadow falls over her, and she looks up to see a man walking toward her. His manner calm, his voice warm, inviting her to stay close to his workers, to drink from the water jars whenever she's thirsty. She lowers her eyes, overwhelmed, unused to such kindness in a place where she is still, in every sense, a stranger. That evening, walking home with her arms full, the fields behind her glowing orange in the last light of the sun, she feels something she hasn't felt in a long time. Something like being seen, and something like safety. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that warm, golden field settle over you now, like sunlight through a window, soft and unhurried. Let's rest a moment longer on one more quiet scene. Jephthah's daughter, walking up into the hills with her friends. In the last light of a fading afternoon, the path winds upward through pale, dry grass, the wind moving gently across the hillside, carrying with it the calls of birds settling in for the evening. Jephthah's daughter walks slowly, her friends close beside her, none of them speaking very much. Only the soft sound of footsteps on the dry earth and the occasional rustle of a sleeve brushing against tall grass. They reach a high place where the whole valley spreads out below them, the fading light turning the hills a soft, golden brown. She sits down there, wrapping her arms around her knees, looking out over the land she has always known, thinking of everything she will never have. A wedding, a home of her own, children playing at her feet. Her friends sit beside her, quiet, present, simply staying close. The wind moves through the grass again, softly, again and again, like something trying, gently, to comfort her without any words at all. 2 months pass this way, slow and quiet, up in the hills, until at last, she walks back down, the same path she climbed, back toward home, back toward the promise her father made, and the fate she has chosen to accept with a steady, quiet grace. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let this gentle sorrow settle, like dusk falling softly over a hillside, and drift on, quietly, into the dark. Now, picture the battlefield below Gibeon, in the last hour before sunset. The dust of battle still hangs faintly in the air, catching the deep orange light of the lowering sun. Joshua stands on a low rise of ground, watching the light stretch longer and longer across the valley, feeling the urgency pressing on his chest. If darkness falls now, the enemy will slip away. He lifts his face toward the sky, and in a voice that carries clear across the noise of the battlefield, he calls out for the sun to stand still, and for the moon to stop over the valley below. And then, something strange and quiet happens. The sun, already low, simply stays where it is. It doesn't move, doesn't sink any further, hanging there at the edge of the sky like a held breath. The light stays fixed in that same late afternoon gold, unmoving, patient, as the battle below continues on and on. Time itself seems to stretch, thin and long, like a single note held far past its natural end. The soldiers below fight on, unaware, or perhaps only half aware, that the sky above them has gone strangely still, waiting for them, patiently, to finish what they'd started. Only when the last of the fighting quiets does the light begin, at last, to soften, to lower, to fade slowly toward evening, as though something invisible has finally, Gently. Let go. Breathe in. And out. Slowly. Let that long, held afternoon light fade now, gently, into the dark of night. There's a thread that runs quietly through all three of these books, but if you look closely enough, a thread of unexpected kindness, shown to people who had no right to expect it. Think of Rahab, a woman living on the margins of her own city, choosing to shelter two strangers at great risk to herself, canned, asking only for the same mercy in return. Think of the elders of Israel, bound by a promise made under false pretenses, choosing to honor their word to the Gibeonites anyway, even after learning they'd been deceived. Think of Boaz, a man of wealth and standing, noticing a foreign woman gleaning quietly in his fields, and choosing to protect her, to feed her, to speak to her with a gentleness she hadn't expected to find in a strange land. None of these acts of kindness were required. They were choices, made quietly, in ordinary moments, by people who could easily have looked away instead. Maybe that's part of why these stories still feel warm, even after 3,000 years, because kindness, offered without obligation, but has a way of outlasting almost everything else. Empires fall. Cities crumble into dust. But a woman remembering a stranger's kindness, or a foreign widow remembering a full meal offered without judgment, those small moments seem to linger, long after the walls have come down. Breathe in, slowly, and out. And let that quiet warmth settle over you now, like the last light of a long afternoon. Let's go back, for a moment, to Naomi in the years before Ruth ever entered her life. Picture her, young, newly married, walking beside her husband Elimelech on the road out of Bethlehem, her hand resting lightly in his, her heart carrying both grief at leaving home and a small, quiet hope for whatever waited ahead in Moab. Picture the years that followed. 2 sons growing tall and strong, finding wives, building a life together in that foreign land. Seasons passing gently, one after another, the ache of leaving home slowly softening into something more like acceptance. And then picture the losses, arriving one after another, closer together than any person should have to bear. A husband, and then, years later, both sons, each loss carving out a little more of the life she had built. By the time she decides to return to Bethlehem, she is, by her own words, not the same woman who left. She asks people to call her Mara now, bitter, because that's how her life has come to feel. But picture, too, the quiet turning point, Ruth's hand, refusing to let go of hers on that dusty road, choosing her when she had every reason to walk away instead. And picture, months later, the weight of a newborn grandson settling into her arms. His small, warm body curling instinctively against her chest. His tiny fist wrapping around her finger. Somewhere in that small, ordinary moment, bitter must have started. Quietly, turning back towards something like pleasant again. Breathe in. And out. Slowly. Let that quiet turning settle over you. Gentle and warm, like a small hand closing softly around your own. Let's slow down again and spend a little more time with Caleb in his old age, standing before Joshua at Gilgal. He was 85 years old by then, his hair long since turned white, his hands weathered from decades of walking and fighting and waiting. 45 years earlier, he had stood at the edge of this very land as a young man, one of 12 sent to scout it out, and had come back believing, with his whole heart, that it could be taken, even when 10 of the other scouts came back afraid, spreading doubt through the camp. For that belief, he had wandered the wilderness for 40 years, alongside everyone else, watching an entire generation slowly pass away around him, one by one, until only he and Joshua remained from that original company of scouts. Now, standing before Joshua, his voice was still strong, still steady, carrying the same quiet certainty it must have held all those decades ago. The Lord has kept me alive, just as he promised. He said, these 45 years, while Israel moved about in the wilderness. So here I am today, 85 years old, and I am still as strong today as the day Moses sent me out. Now give me this hill country that the Lord promised me. There was something almost startling about a man that age, asking not for rest, but for one more mountain to claim, and asking for the hardest one, too, the one still occupied by the descendants of Anak, a people remembered for their size and their strength. Joshua blessed him and gave him Hebron, and Caleb, presumably, spent whatever years he had left there, on that hill country he had wanted for nearly half a century, finally walking its ridges as an old man instead of the young scout he had been when he first saw it. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that long, patient waiting settle now, like a mountain finally reached after a very long road. Picture, too, the quiet work of dividing the land, tribe by tribe, region by region. Lots cast, boundaries walked and marked. Hill country measured out for one family. Fertile plains set aside for another. Valleys near the river given to those who had asked for grazing land for their flocks and herds. Imagine the surveyors walking the boundary lines on foot, marking trees and streams, and distant hilltops as landmarks. Their voices calling out distances to companions, following behind with cords for measuring. Imagine families arriving, for the first time, at a patch of ground that would be theirs for generations to come, standing quietly, looking out over hills or fields they had never seen before, but which somehow, already, felt like home. Children ran ahead of their parents into unfamiliar grass, calling back excitedly about a stream, or a good climbing tree, or a flat stretch of ground perfect for building. Somewhere, a father knelt down and pressed his palm flat against the soil of his new inheritance, feeling its warmth, its texture, thinking of all the seasons of planting and harvest that would follow. This was the quiet, unglamorous ending to decades of war. Not another battle, but simply the slow, careful work of turning a conquered land into a home. Breathe in and out, slowly. Let that quiet unfolding of the land settle over you now, gentle and wide and still. Let's drift back once more to that wedding feast in Timna, and let the scene unfold a little more slowly this time. Picture a low, wide room, lit by the warm, flickering glow of oil lamps set along the walls, their light catching on cups of wine and platters piled high with bread and roasted meat. 30 young men sit, gathered around Samson, some watching him with curiosity, some with quiet suspicion, none of them quite sure what to make of this powerful stranger who had come to marry one of their own. The air is warm, thick with the smell of roasted lamb and fresh bread, mingling with the sharper scent of wine. And somewhere nearby, someone hums a low, wandering tune, half a melody, not quite a song. Samson leans back, a faint, knowing smile at the corner of his mouth, and offers his riddle into the noise of the room. A puzzle wrapped around a secret only he and no one else could possibly know. Born from that quiet, private moment at the carcass of a lion. Weeks before, out of the eater, something to eat. Out of the strong, something sweet. The young men repeat it to each other, frowning, turning the words over, testing different answers under their breath, growing more frustrated as the days of the feast slip by without an answer. The oil lamps burn low and are refilled and burn low again, night after night, while the riddle sits there, unsolved, gathering tension in the corners of the room. By the third day, whispers start passing between the men, low and urgent. And by the fourth, they've turned toward Samson's new wife, cornering her when he isn't near, their voices sharp with threat beneath a thin layer of persuasion. She comes to Samson each evening after that, her eyes red from crying, pressing him again and again, gently at first, and then with more and more desperation, until, worn down by 7 days of her tears, he finally gives in and tells her the answer. That final evening, just before sunset, the young men lean in close to Samson, reciting the answer back to him with poorly hidden satisfaction. And something in his expression shifts, quiet and sharp, as he realizes exactly how they came to know it. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that warm, lamplit room fade now, gently into the quiet dark of night. Let's take one more walk together. Do, 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 do. Through a few more places we haven't visited yet tonight. Picture yourself standing beneath a great old oak tree, its branches spreading wide overhead, leaves rustling softly in the evening air. This is Shechem, and beneath this very tree, long ago, an entire nation once stood together, listening to an old man remind them of everything that had brought them to this moment. A journey that began generations earlier in a distant city called and wound its way through slavery, through a parted sea, through 40 years of wandering, all the way to this quiet grove of trees. You can almost hear the low murmur of voices around you, the shuffle of feet on dry ground, the particular hush that settles over a crowd listening carefully to something important. A large stone rests at the base of the oak, weathered and pale, set there as a quiet witness to a promise made beneath these branches. The evening light filters down through the leaves in soft, shifting patches, gold and green, moving gently with the breeze. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let this old, quiet grove settle around you, like shade falling gently over warm ground. Now picture two mountains, facing each other across a wide, shallow valley, one bathed in light, the other resting in shadow as the sun moves overhead. On one side stand half the tribes, on the other, the rest, and between them, in the valley below, voices rise and fall, reciting words that seem to belong to something much larger than any single person standing there. The sound rolls back and forth between the two slopes, catching and echoing faintly against the rock, then fading into the wide, open sky above. Somewhere in that valley, dust rises in the light of the late afternoon sun, caught in slow, drifting patterns that dance and settle, before finally coming to rest on the quiet ground. Breathe in and out, slowly. Let that valley and its long, rolling echoes grow softer and quieter and further away. Now picture the wide, low hills surrounding Bethlehem. Just as the very first light of morning begins to touch the tops of the wheat fields, turning them a pale, gentle gold. Dew clings to every stalk, catching the early light in small, scattered points, like tiny scattered stars brought down from the night sky and settled quietly into the grass. A soft mist hangs low over the fields, thinning slowly as the sun rises, and somewhere, far off, a rooster calls out once, twice, and falls silent again. The air is cool and clean, carrying the mingled scent of damp earth and grain, and the faint, sweet smell of wildflowers growing along the edges of the field. You could stand here for a long while, and nothing at all would ask anything of you. The fields simply exist, quietly, waiting for the day's work to begin, patient and still. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let this quiet morning field settle over you now, gentle and golden and calm. Now, picture the gate of one of those cities of refuge, standing open in the cool evening air, its wood worn smooth by countless hands passing through over the years. Inside the walls, small fires flicker in the windows of modest homes, and somewhere, faintly, you can hear the low murmur of families settling in for the night. A mother humming to a child, the soft clink of dishes being cleared away, footsteps moving unhurried across a stone courtyard. This is a place built entirely around second chances, around the quiet mercy of not having to run forever. The people who live within these walls carry their own private histories, their own weight of grief and guilt. But here, at least for a while, they are simply allowed to rest. Breathe in and out, slowly. Let this quiet refuge settle around you now, safe and unhurried. And still, there's something worth noticing, quietly, about how many of these stories turn on the actions of women who are easy to overlook at first glance. Rahab, a woman with little standing in her own city, makes a decision that saves her entire family and finds herself woven, afterward, into the story of a nation not her own. Deborah sits beneath her palm tree, settling disputes, and when the moment calls for it, rides out with an army because a warrior asked her to. Jael, alone in her tent, does what an entire army could not. Naomi, having lost everything a woman in her world was supposed to build her life around, still finds the strength to release her daughters-in-law with a blessing instead of bitterness. And Ruth, a foreigner with no claim on anyone's kindness, chooses loyalty anyway, and in doing so, becomes the great-grandmother of a king. None of these women set out to become part of anything larger than their own ordinary lives. They simply made one choice, in one particular moment, and that choice rippled outward, further than any of them could have imagined at the time. Maybe that's worth carrying with you, gently, into sleep tonight. The thought that an ordinary moment, an ordinary choice, made quietly and without any audience at all, can sometimes matter more than anyone realizes. Until much later, looking back, breathe in slowly and out. Let that thought settle now, soft and low, like the last light fading from the sky. Let's slow all the way down now and simply count together for a little while. Picture a single star appearing in the darkening sky above the fields of Bethlehem. One star, small, and steady, and quiet. Breathe in and out. 2 stars now, appearing beside the first, a little brighter, a little closer together. Breathe in and out. 3 stars, then 4, scattered slowly across the deepening blue, like someone, somewhere, gently sprinkling light across the sky, one small point at a time. 5 stars. 6. You don't need to count carefully, only to notice them arriving. Softly, one after another, filling in the spaces between the darker patches of sky. 7. 8. 9. Your breathing has probably slowed by now, matching, without any effort, the quiet, steady rhythm of the night around you. 10 stars. 11. 12. And more still arriving, filling the sky above the fields, above the hills, above the quiet cities and the quiet valleys we've walked through tonight, until the whole sky is soft and full and glittering, gently, from edge to edge. You don't need to count any further. Just let the stars keep arriving on their own while you rest here, beneath them, warm and heavy and still. Let's go back once more, briefly, to a few things that happened just after the crossing of the Jordan, before the walls of Jericho ever came down. At Gilgal, the very first camp inside the land of Canaan, something quiet and important happened. For 40 years in the wilderness, the people had eaten manna, a fine, flaky substance that appeared on the ground each morning like frost. Sweet and strange, sustaining an entire nation through decades of wandering. But the morning after they ate the produce of this new land for the first time, roasted grain and unleavened bread, plus brody, made from the actual soil of Canaan, the manna simply stopped appearing. Picture that first morning. Families waking and stepping outside their tents, expecting to see the familiar, fine layer of manna scattered across the ground, and finding, instead, only bare earth, damp with ordinary dew. There must have been a strange, quiet moment of realization, an old, steady rhythm, one that had shaped their entire lives, quietly ending, replaced by something new and a little uncertain, and entirely their own to grow from now on. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that quiet ending settle gently, like the last morning of a very long season. At that same camp, the people also kept the Passover, roasting a lamb, remembering, together, a night of deliverance from generations before, when their ancestors had marked their doorframes with blood and waited, in the dark, for the angel of death to pass by overhead, sparing their households while judgment fell elsewhere. Picture the low fires burning across the camp, the smell of roasting meat drifting through the evening air. Families gathered close together. The story passed once again from the older generation to the younger, the way it always had been. Breathe in and out, slowly. Let that old, familiar story settle over you now, warm and remembered, like firelight against the coming dark. Let's return to, for a moment, to the empty. Waiting years before Samson was ever born, to his mother, whose name the story never gives us, sitting alone in the quiet of her home, year after year, carrying the particular, private ache of a womb that never opened. Picture her in the stillness of an ordinary afternoon, watching other women in the village carry children on their hips, feeling that familiar tightening in her chest, the one that comes with wanting something so badly, for so long, without any promise that it will ever come. And then, picture the moment everything changed. A stranger appearing at the edge of a field, his presence unlike anything she had encountered before, his message settling over her like something both terrifying and impossibly gentle at once. She ran to tell her husband. Breathless, her whole body still trembling faintly with the shock of it. And together, that evening, they knelt in their field as fire rose up from an altar and carried a messenger back into the sky above them. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that long, patient waiting, and the wonder that finally broke it, settle now into stillness. Let's take a slow journey through your own body now, the way we've been taking slow journeys through this old, quiet land. Start with your feet. Let them go heavy and loose, like the tired feet of travelers finally setting down at the end of a long road. The dust of the day settling around their ankles as they finally sit still. Let that heaviness rise slowly into your calves and your knees. The way evening settles gradually over a wide field, first at the edges, then spreading, unhurried, toward the center. Let it rise into your thighs and your hips, heavy now and warm, sinking into whatever is beneath you. The way a body finally sinks into a soft pile of threshed grain after a long day of harvesting under the sun. Feel that same heaviness settle into your stomach and your chest, rising and falling slowly with each breath. The way a campfire settles gradually from a bright, crackling blaze into a low, steady bed of warm embers. Let it move into your shoulders now, releasing whatever weight they've been carrying. The way a traveler finally sets down a heavy jar of water after a long walk home. Feeling the sudden, welcome lightness where the weight used to be. Let it flow down through your arms, into your hands, your fingers, heavy and loose, and still, resting exactly where they are, with nothing left to hold on to and nothing left to do. And let it rise, finally, into your neck and your jaw and the small muscles around your eyes, softening, releasing. The way tension slips quietly out of a face finally allowed to rest. After a long day of holding itself together, breathe in, slowly, and out. And let your whole body settle now, heavy and warm and still, resting here in the quiet dark, the way this old land finally rested after so many years of war and wandering into something like peace. Let's return once more to that quiet upper room where Ehud once stood, and slow the scene down even further. Picture the room, cool and dim, a single high window letting in a thin shaft of afternoon light that falls across the floor in a narrow, golden line. Eglon sits alone, heavy in his seat. The room silent, except for the faint creak of his chair and the distant murmur of a household going about its business somewhere beyond the door. Ehud stands before him, his right hand hidden at his side, his heartbeat steady, deliberate, controlled. He speaks quietly, and Eglon, curious, moved by whatever authority Ehud's voice carries, rises slowly from his seat, his weight shifting, his breath audible in the quiet room. What happens next happens quickly and quietly, and afterward, Ehud steps out into the hallway, pulling the door shut behind him with a soft, deliberate click, the lock sliding into place. His footsteps, unhurried carry him down the hall, past servants who notice nothing unusual, out into the bright afternoon light, and away, down the road, before anyone inside that quiet room even realizes that something has changed. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that narrow, golden line of light fade now, gently, into evening. Let's slow down. 2. Over that quiet threshing floor where Gideon once knelt before dawn, testing a piece of wool laid out on the ground. Picture the still, dark hour just before sunrise. The air cool and heavy with dew. The whole camp asleep around him except for Gideon himself, crouched beside the threshing floor, his hands trembling slightly as he reaches for the fleece he had laid out the evening before. He lifts it carefully, feels the weight of it, damp and heavy in his hands, and begins to wring it out, watching, almost in disbelief, as water pours from the wool into the bowl below, enough to fill it completely, while the ground all around remains bone dry. He kneels there for a long moment afterward, turning the empty bowl over in his hands, the first pale light of dawn beginning to touch the horizon, feeling something in his chest ease, just slightly, though not yet completely. The next night, he lays the fleece out again, and this time asks for the opposite sign, needing, it seems, just one more quiet confirmation before he can fully believe. And the next morning, again before sunrise, he finds the fleece perfectly dry beneath his fingers, while the ground around it glistens, every blade of grass beaded with dew. He stands there in the gray light of early morning, holding the dry wool in his hands, and something in him finally settles all the way down. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that quiet, patient testing settle now, gentle and certain, into rest. To rest. Let's imagine, too, a little more of what those quiet years must have looked like, under the judges whose stories take up only a sentence or two. Picture Tola, sitting in the hill country of Ephraim, resolving small disputes between neighbors, a dispute over a boundary stone, perhaps, or a disagreement over which family's flock had wandered into whose field, settling each one calmly, the way a river settles gradually around whatever stones happen to sit in its path. Picture the seasons turning around him, planting and harvest, planting and harvest, 23 times, each one quieter than the news of war ever was. Picture Jair's sons, riding their 30 donkeys between 30 small towns, perhaps racing each other along dusty roads in the cool of early morning, perhaps simply enjoying the particular freedom of a large, easy family, and spread out across a gentle, settled land. Picture Ibzan, watching his 30 daughters leave home one by one for their weddings, and his 30 sons bring new wives home in return. The household growing and shifting and refilling itself, year after year. The sound of celebration drifting from his home again and again, like a repeating, comfortable rhythm. These were not dramatic years, but they were, perhaps, exactly the kind of years most people actually hope to live. Ordinary, steady, quietly full. Breathe in and out, slowly. Let these gentle, unremarkable years settle over you now, like a soft, familiar blanket. Let's linger a little longer over the song that Deborah and Barak sang on the evening after their victory, and imagine the sound of it drifting across the valley. Picture a wide, open space beneath the darkening sky. Campfires scattered here and there. People gathering slowly, drawn by the sound of Deborah's voice rising above the murmur of the crowd. She sings of leaders who stepped forward when they were needed, of a people who once had no shields or spears among them, of chariots trapped by a river, swollen with sudden rain, of stars themselves seeming to fight from their courses in the sky above. Her voice moves easily between triumph and sorrow, celebrating the victory while also pausing, gently, to imagine Sisera's mother waiting at a window far away, wondering why her son's chariot was so long in coming home, unaware that he would never return at all. Even in victory, the song makes room for that quiet, human ache, the way real memory always does. The crowd around the fires grows still as they listen, some swaying gently with the rhythm, some simply staring into the flames, letting the melody wash over them, verse after verse, until the last notes fade into the night air and the valley settles, slowly, back into silence. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that old song fade now, gently, into the quiet dark, its melody dissolving softly into the sound of wind moving through the grass. Let's walk once more. 2. Alongside Naomi and Ruth, on that long road between Moab and Bethlehem. And let the journey stretch out a little longer this time. Picture the wide, open landscape around them. Brown hills, rolling gently toward the horizon. The road beneath their feet worn smooth by generations of travelers before them. The sun moves slowly across the sky above, from morning warmth into the sharper heat of midday, and then, gradually, into the softer gold of late afternoon. They stop to rest beneath the thin shade of a solitary tree, sharing a small portion of bread and water, saying little, each lost in her own private thoughts. Naomi's eyes drift, now and then, toward the horizon behind them, toward Moab, toward the graves she is leaving there. Ruth's eyes stay fixed mostly on the road ahead, toward a homeland that isn't yet her own, but which she has already, quietly, decided to claim as hers. The road stretches on, mile after mile, their sandals gathering dust, their shadows lengthening and then shortening and then lengthening again as the day wears on. They pass small villages, flocks of sheep grazing on distant hillsides, other travelers moving in the opposite direction, none of whom know or could possibly guess the quiet, extraordinary loyalty walking past them on that ordinary road. By the time Bethlehem finally comes into view, the light has softened into evening, the town's rooftops catching the last warm glow of the setting sun, smoke rising gently from cooking fires below. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that long road settle now, quietly, into memory. Its dust finally, gently, coming to rest. Let's return, once more, to the small kindness of that midday meal in Boaz's field, and let it unfold a little more slowly. Picture the harvesters pausing their work as the sun climbs toward its highest point, settling into whatever patches of shade they can find along the edge of the field, wiping sweat from their brows, reaching for bread and cups of watered wine set out for the midday rest. Ruth hangs back at first, uncertain whether this invitation truly includes her. A stranger among people who owe her nothing. Boaz calls her over anyway, his voice warm and unhurried, gesturing to a spot near his own workers, handing her bread himself, along with a portion of roasted grain still warm from the fire. The kind of small gesture that costs him almost nothing, but means, to her, almost everything. She eats slowly, savoring the simple food after what must have been many long, uncertain days. And when she finishes, there is still bread left over, which she quietly sets aside, already thinking of Naomi waiting at home. The other workers around her talk and laugh easily, the ordinary sounds of people who belong somewhere. And for just a little while, sitting there in the shade with food in her hands, Ruth is allowed to belong too. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that warm, simple meal settle over you now. Gentle, and full, I think, and unhurried. There's a small, quiet detail near the very end of Ruth's story, worth sitting with for a moment before we let it go completely. The child born to Ruth and Boaz, Obed, grew up, we're told, to become the father of Jesse, and Jesse became the father of David, the shepherd boy who would go on, many years later, to become the greatest king in Israel's history. None of the people in Ruth's story could have known this. Of course, Naomi, holding that small, warm bundle in her lap, surrounded by the women of Bethlehem celebrating with her, had no way of knowing that she was holding, quite literally, the beginning of a royal line. There's something almost dizzying about that. If you let yourself sit with it for a moment, an ordinary famine, an ordinary loss, an ordinary act of loyalty on a dusty road, quietly setting in motion something far larger than any single person involved could have imagined. The grandest parts of history, it seems, often begin in the smallest, most private moments, tucked away in fields and threshing floors, and the quiet, unremarkable evenings of ordinary lives. Breathe in and out slowly. Let that quiet, unfolding wonder settle over you now, soft and vast and still, the way a single small seed carries. Somewhere inside it, an entire tree. Let's slow down once more and return to the very beginning of Gideon's story, to that quiet moment beneath the oak tree. Picture Gideon in the winepress, working quickly and quietly in the dim, enclosed space, the smell of crushed grapes still lingering faintly from seasons past, though now he threshes wheat there instead. Hidden from view, glancing anxiously toward the entrance every so often to make sure no Midianite raiders are nearby. His hands move fast, practiced, though his shoulders stay tense, his ears straining for any unfamiliar sound outside. And then, a presence settles nearby, unhurried, patient, seated calmly beneath the oak tree just outside, as though it had been waiting there for some time. The voice that reaches him is calm, warm, entirely unbothered by his fear. The Lord is with you. Mighty warrior. Gideon looks up, confusion crossing his face, glancing around instinctively to see who else might be listening. His voice edged with disbelief as he asks, why? If the Lord is truly with them, everything has gone so wrong. There's no anger in his question, only the tired, honest confusion of someone who has watched hardship pile up for years without any clear explanation. The conversation that follows moves slowly, patiently, Gideon offering objection after objection. His family's low standing, his own place as the least significant member of it. Each one met, calmly, without argument, with the same steady assurance, I will be with you. Finally, needing something more solid to hold on to, Gideon hurries to prepare an offering, his hands moving quickly now, with purpose rather than fear. And when he sets it out and watches fire rise unexpectedly from the rock to consume it completely, he stands there afterward in stunned, trembling silence, beginning, slowly, to understand what has just happened to him. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that quiet oak tree and that steady, patient voice settle over you now, calm and certain and warm. Let's picture 2. That morning at the water's edge, when Gideon's army was tested and narrowed down. 10,000 men moved down toward the stream in the early morning light. Tired from the long march, thirsty, eager for water. Most kneel immediately at the water's edge, cupping handfuls to their mouths or lying flat to drink directly from the surface, their attention fully absorbed in the simple relief of cool water after a long walk. But a smaller group moves differently, scooping water into one hand while staying upright, eyes still scanning the surrounding hills out of habit, alert even in this small, ordinary moment of rest, lapping the water from their palms the way a dog might. Quick and efficient, never fully lowering their guard. Gideon watches quietly from a short distance, counting as he goes. And when the counting is finished, only 300 men remain standing among those who drank that particular way. He must have felt, watching that small number gather to one side, an almost dizzying kind of fear. 300 against a camp of thousands. But the voice that had spoken to him beneath the oak tree had already told him this would be enough. Breathe in and out slowly. Let that quiet stream and that small, unlikely number settle over you now, steady and sure, into rest. Notice, if you like, how often these stories return to the rhythm of the harvest, as though the whole land itself breathes in and out along with the seasons. Ruth arrives in Bethlehem just as the barley harvest begins, the fields suddenly full of activity after the quiet of winter. She gleans through barley and then through wheat, following the slow, steady progression of the season as it moves across the land, field by field, town by town. The threshing floor where she meets Boaz exists only because of that harvest, piled high with grain that will feed families through the coming months. And even Gideon, at the very start of his own story, is found hiding in a wine press, threshing wheat in secret. The harvest itself made into something fearful, something that has to be hidden from raiders instead of celebrated openly. There's a quiet comfort in that rhythm, if you sit with it for a moment. The reminder that underneath all the drama of battles and judges and kings, there was always still a field somewhere, ripening slowly under the sun, indifferent to whatever chaos surrounded it, simply doing what fields have always done, season after season, harvest after harvest. Picture that rhythm now, stretching out over the whole land we've walked through tonight. Green shoots pushing up through dark soil in early spring. Fields turning gradually to gold as summer deepens. The harvest itself arriving like a held breath finally released. And then, afterward, the quiet stillness of winter settling back over everything, patient and bare and resting before the whole slow cycle begins again. Breathe in, slowly, like new growth pushing gently up through soil. And out, slowly, like a field exhaling after a long, warm harvest. Let that steady, ancient rhythm carry you now, gentle and unhurried, toward sleep. We've walked a long way together tonight, through rivers and ruined walls, through firelit camps and quiet threshing floors, through the small, ordinary choices of people who never once imagined they were part of something larger than themselves. There's nothing left to carry now. Let the weight of the day, whatever it was, rest here, in this old, quiet land, alongside everything else we've set down together tonight. Breathe in, slowly, and out, slowly. Let your body sink a little heavier into wherever you're resting now. The way tired travelers finally sink into rest at the end of a very long road. The stars are still out, scattered across the wide sky above Bethlehem, above Jericho, above the quiet hills where shepherds once watched their flocks through the night. They don't need anything from you now. They'll simply keep watch, quietly, while you rest. Breathe in, and out, slowly, slowly. Let your thoughts loosen and drift and grow quiet. The way a village slowly grows quiet after a long, full day, one lamp at a time, until only starlight remains. Good night. Rest well, all the way until morning. Let's slow down once more and picture the moment the Gibeonite messengers first arrived at the camp at Gilgal. Picture them approaching slowly, deliberately, their sandals cracked and patched with mismatched leather, their cloaks dusty and worn thin at the shoulders, their sacks slung over tired-looking donkeys, the bread inside visibly stale, crumbling at the edges, spotted here and there with mold. They move with the careful, practiced weariness of people who want very badly to appear as though they've traveled an impossibly long distance. They kneel before Joshua and the leaders of Israel, their voices humble, almost pleading, describing a distant homeland, a long and difficult journey, undertaken entirely because of the stories they'd heard about what this God had done in Egypt, at the Red Sea, in the wilderness. They hold out their stale bread as proof, their cracked sandals, their worn-through clothing, each detail a small, deliberate piece of a larger performance. Joshua and the leaders study these tired, convincing travelers, run their fingers over the crumbling bread, examine the patched, broken sandals, and believe what they see. A covenant is made, a promise sworn in the name of the Lord Himself, sealing an agreement that cannot easily be undone. Only 3 days later does the truth surface. These were neighbors all along, not distant strangers. And the leaders, though troubled by the deception, find themselves bound anyway by the sacred weight of their own sworn word. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that clever, quiet deception settle now, gently, into an old and distant memory. Let's return to, one final time, to Joshua's very last words to his people, gathered beneath the oak tree at Shechem, and let the scene stretch out a little longer. Picture Joshua, very old now, his voice perhaps a little thinner than it once was, though still carrying the same quiet steadiness that had guided this people for so many years. He stands before the assembled leaders and elders, recounting, slowly, patiently, the whole long story that had brought them here. A story that began with a single family called out of a distant land, that wound through centuries of promise and waiting, through slavery and deliverance, through 40 long years spent wandering in a wilderness that must have felt, at times, endless. He speaks of choices, gently but firmly, reminding them that the God who had carried them this far deserved their whole, undivided loyalty, not the divided attention they might be tempted to give the gods of the nations now surrounding them. And then, in words that would echo for generations afterward, he declares his own choice plainly. As for him and his household, they will serve the Lord. The crowd answers him together, their voices rising in unison, promising the same devotion. Joshua seals the moment with a covenant and sets a large stone beneath the oak tree as a lasting witness, a quiet marker that anyone passing by, for years afterward, might notice and remember. Not long after, he closes his eyes for the last time, at the remarkable age of 110, and is laid to rest within the very land he had spent so much of his life fighting to secure. The generation that had walked beside him slowly follows him into rest as well, one by one, until an entirely new generation stands in their place. Inheriting a land they never had to fight for themselves. Breathe in, slowly, and out, slowly. Let that long, faithful life settle now, quietly, into its final and well-earned rest. Let's take one more slow pass through the story of Naomi and Ruth arriving back in Bethlehem, and let the details settle a little longer this time. Picture the two women reaching the edge of town just as the light of late afternoon begins to soften, their sandals worn thin from the long road, their clothes dusty, their faces marked with the particular exhaustion of travelers who have walked further than their bodies really wanted to carry them. The town comes into view slowly. Familiar rooftops, familiar paths between houses, the same well where women once gathered to draw water. all of it exactly as Naomi remembered, and yet somehow entirely changed by everything that had happened to her since she last stood here. Women look up from their work as the two travelers approach, recognition slowly dawning on their faces, whispers passing quickly from one to another. Can this be Naomi? The question carries in it both welcome and disbelief, because the woman standing before them now looks older, thinner, worn down by years and losses no one in town had witnessed firsthand. Naomi answers them plainly, without bitterness, exactly, but without pretending either, telling them to call her Mara instead, because life has dealt with her so harshly. There's something almost relieving in her honesty, a refusal to perform gladness she doesn't feel, even while quietly, underneath it all, she has still chosen to come home rather than stay lost in her grief in a foreign land. Ruth stands slightly behind her through all of this, a stranger to everyone watching. .com. Her presence noticed, questioned silently, though no one yet knows the quiet loyalty that brought her all this way. The two women continue on together toward Naomi's old, empty house, the crowd slowly returning to its business behind them, though the news of their arrival will surely travel through the whole town before nightfall. That house, when they finally reach it, stands just as Naomi left it years before. Dust settled thick over every surface. Cobwebs gathered in corners. The particular stillness of a home that has waited patiently, empty, for a very long time. They open the door together and step quietly back into whatever life is waiting for them there. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that quiet, dusty homecoming settle over you now. Gentle and a little bittersweet. And finally, at rest. Let's slow down. 2. Over that quiet moment when Boaz first noticed Ruth working in his field, and let it stretch out a little further. Picture him arriving at the edge of his land in the cool of early morning, greeting his workers with the easy familiarity of someone who has walked these rows for years, his eyes moving naturally across the familiar rhythm of the harvest already underway. And then, something catches his attention, a figure he doesn't recognize, moving carefully behind the harvesters, bent low, gathering fallen stalks with a quiet, unhurried diligence that seems different, somehow, from mere necessity. He watches her for a moment longer than he probably intends to, noticing the careful way she works, neither rushing nor lagging, simply steady, present, entirely focused on the small task in front of her. When he asks his foreman about her, the answer comes back with details he clearly wasn't expecting. A foreign woman, a widow, who had chosen loyalty to her mother-in-law over the safety and familiarity of her own homeland. Something in that answer seems to settle differently in him than ordinary information usually would. He crosses the field toward her himself, rather than sending word through someone else. His voice, when he finally speaks to her, carrying a warmth that goes beyond simple courtesy toward a stranger. Breathe in and out, slowly. Let that quiet morning field and that first gentle noticing settle over you now, warm and unhurried into rest. Let's return gently one more time to Samson and picture the very last ordinary evening before Delilah ever learned his secret. Picture the two of them together in the quiet of her home in the valley of Sorek, an oil lamp burning low between them, the sound of insects drifting faintly through an open window. Samson sits relaxed, perhaps even fond of her in his own complicated way, unaware, or perhaps simply unwilling to fully believe how persistent and patient her questioning has become. Night after night, she returns to the same question, her voice gentle, wounded, insistent, wearing away at him the way water wears away at stone. Slowly, steadily, until resistance simply becomes exhausting to maintain. Each answer he gives her fails within hours, and each failure seems only to sharpen her determination rather than discourage it, until finally, worn down by the sheer accumulated weight of her asking, he tells her everything. There's something almost sad in picturing that final evening, watching a man who had broken ropes and gates and city walls with his bare hands finally give way, not to force, but to the quiet, repeated pressure of being asked the same question again and again by someone he had chosen to trust. Breathe in slowly and out. Let that long, wearing night settle now, quietly, into the past, its outcome already written, its lesson gentle rather than harsh. Let's slow down, too, over the quiet morning after, when Samson woke to find his strength gone, and picture that disorienting moment a little longer. He wakes the way he always has, expecting his body to respond exactly as it always has, shaking himself the way he might shake off ordinary drowsiness, fully expecting the familiar surge of strength to answer his call the way it always had before. And instead, nothing answers. His limbs feel like his own, and yet entirely unfamiliar. Ordinary in a way that must have been more frightening than any enemy he'd ever faced. There's a particular kind of quiet horror in that moment, worth sitting with gently before we let it go. The realization that something essential has changed. Invisibly, silently, while he slept, without any warning at all. And yet, even in that story, the hair that had been cut begins, almost immediately, to grow back, slowly, quietly. A small, patient sign that endings are not always as final as they first appear. Breathe in and out, slowly. Let that difficult morning fade now, gently, into whatever came after it, into rest, and eventually into redemption. Let's slow down. One more time. Over the very last moments before that great haul came down, and let the details settle a little more fully. Picture the crowd gathered on the rooftop above, laughing, calling out to each other, passing cups of wine back and forth, entirely absorbed in their own celebration, none of them paying particular attention to the quiet conversation happening between a blind man and the boy leading him by the hand. Below, in the main hall, more of the crowd presses close, eager for a better view, the noise rising and falling in waves, mingling with the low, steady music of some celebration instrument playing somewhere near the front. Samson stands between the two great pillars, feeling the crowd's attention pressing against him from every direction. And yet, somehow, entirely alone within it. The way a person can stand in the middle of a loud room and still feel completely and utterly by himself. His hands find the stone, cool and solid beneath his palms. And for just a moment, the noise of the crowd seems to fade into something distant, unimportant, background. In that quiet space inside himself, he prays, simply, honestly, without any of the confidence or bravado that once defined him. Only a quiet, humble request for one final measure of strength. And then, without fanfare, without announcement, he simply pushes, with everything left in him, against both pillars at once. The sound that follows is enormous and sudden. And then, just as suddenly, everything goes quiet. Dust rising in the space where noise had been only moments before, settling slowly over a silence that feels, somehow, larger than the crash that created it. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that final, enormous quiet settle now, completely into rest. Let's take one more slow walk together through the whole shape of this long, old story before we finally let it go completely. Picture, once more, the wide river, calm now, flowing exactly as it always has, the memory of that parted water settling quietly into the current beneath the surface. Picture the ruined wall, grown over now with wild flowers and soft grass, birds nesting comfortably among the old, tumbled stones. Picture the valley where torches once blazed in darkness, quiet now, grazed by sheep, indistinguishable from any other peaceful hillside. Picture the fields around Bethlehem, gold and full, ready for another season's harvest. The same soil that once held Ruth's careful, gathering hands. All of it rests now, quietly, beneath the same wide sky, each story folded gently into the landscape itself, waiting there, patient, for anyone willing to walk slowly enough to notice. Breathe in and out, slowly. Let this whole, wide land settle finally into stillness, into memory, into the quiet, steady dark of a long night's rest. Let's slow down once more and return to the quiet, ordinary courage of Rahab, standing at her window on that last night before the two spies disappeared into the darkness. Picture her home built directly into the thick city wall, its single window facing out toward the distant hills. Moonlight spilling faintly across the floor, where two exhausted strangers sit hidden beneath drying stalks of flax. She speaks to them in a low, careful voice, aware of how easily her words could carry beyond these walls if she isn't cautious, describing the fear that has settled over her entire city since word first spread of what this foreign god had done. There's something quietly remarkable in watching her make her decision. Not out of certainty, exactly, but out of a kind of clear-eyed calculation mixed with something that looks almost like faith. Choosing to align herself with strangers rather than with the crumbling confidence of her own people. She asks only for the same kindness she's offering. A small mercy in exchange for a much larger risk. When night falls completely, she works quickly, tying a rope securely, helping the two men climb down the outside of the wall with practiced, careful movements, as though she has spent time thinking through exactly how this moment would need to unfold. She watches them disappear into the darkness below, then quietly ties a scarlet cord in her window. A small, bright thread against old stone. A promise made visible, waiting there for whatever would come next. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that quiet courage and that small scarlet cord settle now, gently into rest. Let's imagine, too, a little more of the 6 cities of refuge, spread out across the land like small islands of mercy, scattered through a much harsher world. Picture someone arriving at one of these gates for the first time, breathless, frightened, uncertain whether the elders inside will believe his story, or whether the family of the person he accidentally harmed is already close behind him on the road. The elders listen carefully, asking careful questions, weighing his account against whatever else can be discovered, deciding, finally, whether to grant him entry into the safety of their walls. Once inside, he begins the strange, suspended life of someone waiting for time itself to resolve his situation. Waiting, specifically, for the current high priest to pass away, an event with no fixed date, no way to hurry it along, only patience and the slow passing of ordinary days. He finds small work within the city, forms tentative friendships, watches seasons change beyond the walls he cannot yet leave, carrying always, somewhere beneath the surface, the weight of what brought him there. And then, one day, word arrives that the high priest has died, and the waiting, finally, is over. He can pack his few belongings, walk back out through the gate that sheltered him for so long, and make his way home. Free now, in the fullest sense, from anyone still seeking revenge. Breathe in and out, slowly. Let that long, patient waiting and its quiet, eventual release settle over you now, gentle and complete. Let's slow down once more over the quiet unraveling of Abimelech's brief and troubled reign, and let the details settle a little more fully. Picture Shechem in the years just after Gideon's death, the town settling into an uneasy new arrangement under a king who had claimed his position through violence rather than any true calling. Picture Jotham, the youngest of Gideon's sons, standing alone on the rocky slope of Mount Gerizim, his voice carrying carefully across the valley below toward the crowd gathered in the town beneath him, weaving his strange, pointed story of trees searching for a king among themselves. His parable moves gently at first, describing noble trees, the olive, the fig, the vine, each declining the offer of kingship because they already have good, useful purposes of their own to attend to. And then, the shift, quiet and cutting, as the thorn bush accepts eagerly. A plant with nothing to offer but the threat of fire if its authority is ever questioned. The crowd below must have understood exactly what he meant, and exactly who he meant it about, even before he finished speaking. And Jotham, having said what needed saying, disappears quickly down the far side of the mountain, vanishing into the hills before anyone could reach him, leaving his warning behind like a stone dropped into still water, its ripples spreading slowly outward over the years that followed. 3 years later, just as Jotham predicted, the fragile alliance between Abimelech and the people of Shechem collapses into open conflict. Small betrayals and skirmishes accumulating until the whole arrangement finally breaks apart entirely, ending, eventually, with a single, well-aimed millstone and a king's final, desperate request not to be remembered as someone who died at a woman's hand. Breathe in, slowly, and out. Let that old, uneasy story settle now, quietly, into its long-finished ending. There's a particular kind of quiet worth noticing in the space between one judge's story and the next. In that brief, unremarkable phrase that appears again and again throughout the book, and the land had rest. Picture, for a moment, what that phrase actually contained. 40 years, in some cases, of ordinary mornings. Children born and raised without ever knowing war firsthand. Fields planted and harvested season after season without fear of raiders. Markets opening peacefully in the same towns that had once trembled behind locked gates. An entire generation, sometimes two, simply living without any story dramatic enough to be written down in detail. That quiet, that peace, that lack of anything worth recording might be the truest gift these judges ever gave their people. Not the battles themselves, dramatic as they were, but the long, uneventful stretches of ordinary life that followed each victory. Stretches so peaceful, they left almost nothing behind except that one small, quiet phrase, and the land had rest. Breathe in and out, slowly. Let that phrase settle over you now, gentle and complete. Wishing you tonight, exactly that kind of rest. Let's take one final, slow look at Ruth's declaration to Naomi on that dusty road, and let each phrase settle a little more deeply this time. Picture the two women standing still on the road. The third companion, Orpah, already growing smaller in the distance behind them. Her decision made, her path chosen. Naomi has just finished urging Ruth, one more time, to follow her sister-in-law's example. Her voice heavy with the particular exhaustion of someone who feels she has nothing left worth offering anyone. Ruth doesn't argue with her. Exactly. She simply states, plainly, and with a kind of quiet, unshakable resolve, exactly what she has already decided. Where you go, I will go. The words fall slowly, deliberately, each one settling into place like a stone laid carefully into a wall that will need to hold for a very long time. Where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people. Your God, my God. There's no dramatic gesture accompanying these words. No grand display. Only a young woman standing in the dust of an ordinary road, quietly rewriting the entire shape of her future in a handful of plain, unhurried sentences. Naomi, hearing this, finally stops arguing, and the two of them simply turn together, side by side, and continue walking. The matter settled, the choice made, needing no further discussion. Breathe in, slowly, and let that quiet, steady loyalty settle into your chest. And out, slowly, releasing anything you've been holding on to too tightly tonight. We've walked together a very long way now, through rivers and ruined walls, through firelit valleys and quiet threshing floors, through the small, unremarkable choices of people who never once imagined their lives would still be spoken of. Gently, 3,000 years later, there's nothing left to carry now. Whatever you brought into this evening, let it rest here, alongside everything else we've gently set down together tonight. Breathe in, slowly, and out, slowly. Feel your whole body settling now, heavier, softer, the way this old, tired land finally settled, after so many years of struggle, into something like peace. The stars are still scattered across the sky above Bethlehem, above Jericho, above every quiet hillside we've wandered through tonight. They don't need anything from you. They'll simply keep their patient watch while you, finally, let go completely. Breathe in and out, slowly, slowly. Let your thoughts loosen now and drift and quiet, the way a whole village slowly, gently falls asleep, one small light at a time, until only starlight remains, soft and steady and endless. Good night. Rest well, all the way until morning. Before we close completely, let's take one last, unhurried walk through a few final images, letting each one arrive slowly, without any hurry to move on to the next. Picture the 6 cities of refuge. One more time. Scattered quietly across the land like small lanterns left burning through a long night. Always ready, always open, asking nothing of anyone who arrives at their gates except honesty. Picture the harvest fields around Bethlehem, gold and endless, stretching toward a horizon softened by evening light. Indifferent to kings and wars and judges, simply continuing, season after season, exactly as fields always have. Picture Deborah, still seated beneath her palm tree, her voice calm, her judgment steady, a quiet fixed point around which an entire uncertain age slowly organized itself. Picture Naomi, years after Ruth first found her, sitting in the warm evening light with her grandson finally old enough to run through the courtyard, laughing, entirely unaware of the long, difficult road that had led, eventually, to this small, ordinary, perfect moment. And picture yourself here, now, wherever you are resting tonight, carried gently along by all of these old, patient stories, needing to do nothing else except breathe and rest and let go. Breathe in, slowly, one final time, and out, slowly, releasing everything, completely, into the quiet dark. The journey is finished now. Everything has been set down. There is nothing left to hold. Sleep well. All the way until morning.